Let's try once more. Okay, fine. Lovely. Good morning, everybody. Let me welcome you to the morning session. It's my great pleasure to introduce our dear friend Lisa Granborn-Heranen, that everybody knows, I'm sure. So her talk will be titled Notes in the Study of Proverbs, the Vernacular Used in Everyday Communication. So the subject is really promising, and I'm sure we will enjoy the presentation. Floor is all yours, Lisa.
I'm not sure you will enjoy, but I hope you will enjoy. And I know that not everybody knows me, but maybe we get to know during the days. So here comes the, notes in the study of Proverbs in everyday use, everyday language, common people. And it is not a very easy task to get to know them. And what about those pictures? I own them also, that I have not, I have put only in the slide that it is mine. I have the Promise to Use, the family album. Proverbs, they are a part of everyday language, as in a real life, not in academic use, not in research use, but if people don't use them, they are dead. They live as long they are referred to. Because when looking for proverbs, for example, in newspapers, which I have done a lot in the SMSs, short text messages, so they often began a proverb very clearly, and then it stopped. Because they expect everybody to know that. And otherwise also, proverb is useless if people don't recognize them. So if we would take it very string position, we think that they are not proverbs, but for people they are. And there are some characteristics and challenges when studying proverbs used in everyday life. And the first is that actually, I am a folklorist, not linguist, and I'm also on the educational side. In folklore studies, the perspective is in that what people see, hear, understand, and use. So not in that what is said in ethic language. And it is so that even Proverbs doesn't tell anything about those people. So in Proverb, it is always connected with the worldview of the speaker and the listener. And if they are totally different, they don't meet. So the proverb it functions just like a phrase. Nobody understands, the meaning is not carried to another. And when looking at narratives, life stories, I had children's memories from the time before Second World War in Finland, which was a time for many of us, illiterate time. It was learned oral everything. But still, after 80 years, people remembered what they had heard, and they could tell the context where it was. And what I think is important, that is, there comes that idea just that we cannot identify proverbs via ethic language always. Originally, Finnish proverbs have been learned orally in Finnish. Of course, in Finland we have Swedish was also a common folks language and Sami languages. But I have concentrated on proverbs on Finnish languages. And people might say that, okay, this is a proverb I learned from my grandmother, because my grandmother said that this is a proverb. And for a researcher, it is not a proverb. But who is the researcher to say that, oh, your grandmother didn't know that it was not a proverb? So these are things that we have to balance with. So I don't know, each of us has to decide what is important. And of course, it is to be written or opened in the text, in the research text. But most often in narratives, I have accepted the view of the narrator. Then also the proverb maybe doesn't, it is not exactly the same as in books. So I cannot go say, hey, your grandmother didn't know how it goes. So let people have them. If we want to have living proverbs, it is. And here is the emic language, which means for me the language people use, not academic language, and ethic language. And I think that we don't have to choose between them, but we have to balance. Research needs, in studies we have to use quite a lot of ethic language in many concepts. But where comes the border? Where not? But the biggest challenge is where to find and how to recognize those vernacular proverbs. We have to have some definition. But as you all know, proverb has not a universal definition. If we say that it's old, it means it's like a dinosaurus and it will doesn't exist any proverbs if every proverb has to be old. We have to accept that there are getting new proverbs also. But I don't know, can we say that, okay, after 10 years it's old, or after 1,000 times to be used, but we don't know how many people have used them. So, in this kind of studies, the relevant material, research material, it's very important. And there we come also to the professionality of the researcher. We have to decide what is relevant material. And in order to find those old proverbs in context, I used narratives of people who were born before Second World War. This was my first dissertation in education when I wanted to see how the children understood what was the difference between the official order and what they learned at home. It was very nice to see that, okay, in Finland, they are not only authoritative speech, because children don't understand them at the same way. But we cannot say that children don't understand proverbs. They understand them very, very well, only a little bit different way. And that's also something that we have to accept, because it is the same thing with adults. Depending from which social class you come, you have different background, and you have different understanding of words. It is the habitus who said, it came with Provérbios, somebody talked about that. And then when I wanted to find, these are such examples, not good, there are thousands of other possibilities, I'm sure, but to find speech-like writing, I took those short messages sent to be published in the letters of editorial in my folkloristic dissertation. So, but these are to be found with my name there. And when we use ready-made collections, databases, I anyhow want to know for which purpose was the data collected. Because for different purposes, we put our eyes to different things. And if we are collecting about proverbs about horses, then we live everything else outside. And then after 50 years, we think, oh, they had only proverbs about horses. So, and then who collected it? It is for me, it is important because in Finland, the first 500 years, it was only clergymen who collected. And this comes up with the Finnish missionaries also. We have a lot of proverbs from Africa, for example, but they are missionaries collected. And they are translations, of many of our proverbs are translations of translations. And then we had the time at the end of 1800, beginning of 1900, when we made the Kalevala meter common model for proverbs. So they were put on new form. So actually it was the time of the herder, for example, herder who used this. So the theory. So how, when, where, and existing material, it can be so that it is not. And then I want to point out, which is very okay, now I see here, okay. That was paremiology. Paremiography is a part of paremiology. Most of the books are based in paremiography. Nice proverbs, a lot of proverbs, but no context information, and they are not research. And they are okay, they are needed, it's not a question about that. But that's the difference between paremiology. Paremiology uses paremiography, but they are not the same. And that's why, okay. And for academic use, the concept of proverb and its definition differ from those used by ordinary people in everyday life, in everyday chatting, because actually no particular features can tell us that the sentence is proverb. And here we come to the Massington translation and human translation. I don't believe any upper sense that says that this is proverb. I can't identify what it makes, but I know that Crickman said that there are not qualified thing that tells us by nature that it is a proverb. But always some say that by nature, so I think that something is not what should be. But I count with the crisis speech act theory. That was the way I could find them in nowadays text. It conflicts, it also always makes some stop conflict or it with the relevance and quality and what else, there are 4 things that it has. I can see that it is really. So it was somebody also else who named here in one day Christ, and I think it is very it is useful, and a proverb conflicts with a proper speech act. Something, too much, too little, too far away, or whatever, but it doesn't suit to the situation. And proverb is a good thing to make pause to the speech. It is a good thing to stop the speech, because actually against proverb you can't say anything else but proverb. And when I was not so long ago, studying Proverbs, and my professor, no, it was in the educational side, an old, very important professor said that, okay, what would the researcher say if I say that to speak is silver and to be quiet is gold? And without thinking, I said that even the stupid one can look like a clever if he keeps his mouth shut. Total silence, yeah. But the proverb has one good point. I say, oh, it is just a proverb. Yeah. Markers are very good, but markers don't often say that here comes the proverb, like it came with the Kennedy's speech, old saying, or my grandmother used to say, or something like that. But they also put signalize. This could be very nice if we could get them with the AI to help us. Some marker, and then can we check what is the marker really linked with the proverb. It can be whatever it can be. And a successful performance, the proverb takes the kernel and puts a full stop. This is not full stop. And here are those situations where in everyday life we use them, or not we. These are a little bit older. Nowadays we don't have, but only one of these, or two, the wedding, oh yeah, okay. The wedding situation, it is official way to hear those. It is not informal, and the other one at schools. But in all situations, other situations, people use them. But who can sit there in a corner and take them up? For example, it came also up that in Finland, Lönnrot was collecting, and after him it was our Swedish-speaking students for university. That time, women were not allowed to go to university, so it means it was their mother language was Swedish, and they were men. So you can think what would happen today if we send to Islamic countries English-speaking men to collect proverbs. It's okay, but they don't meet any women. And then now we have made a conclusion. Finnish ladies, women, didn't use proverbs. Okay, it is not true, and everybody knows it, but everything is grounded with that. Then we have the myth that all proverbs put women down. It is not true. Why grandmothers would teach their grandsons, for example, or sons, something that put themselves down? No, 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 no. Okay? Finding them is the biggest colleagues. And the paradox is old proverbs are recognizable, but modern and still even possible to be proverbs, they are not easy to find. So, for example, I took quite many of those with my database. I had 70,000 SMSs, where in 7,000 it was some like connected with proverbs. So easy to come to the conclusion that there are no modern proverbs, but we don't recognize them. I don't need any definition for them. I would love to find some. No, that's why I use the crisis speak tact for crisis, because if they make some stupid stop there is something, and if it comes many times, I do qualitative research, but I use the quantitative information there. And potentially to become a proverb was Peter Jebeck took it up, and I loved that concept, the idea, possible proverbs. Folklore studies, people's way understanding, and use them, and how to catch it. Of course, there are nowadays many films, novels and everything, and it's okay. And just to tell in the research which material we are using. People have used, we don't know what people have used in previous times. We know only those proverbs that are collected and put in some collection and maybe published. But we don't know really what have been used. The earliest proverb collection in Finland was Bible. And this is a whole different story with the language and Bible and like that. But because in Bible they put also, like Luther, Agricola put also the everyday proverbs. And we don't have context for proverbs. They are not collected. They existed but not collected. So I am a little bit careful to say that this was used for this purpose, because I look at from this year. And this is something I want to point out. In vernacular proverb, a proverb lives as long as it's referred to. We don't have to use it totally. But what about the other languages? This is now only Finnish. And then the history of nation is always in that. As I said, that we had the collectors were clergymen and young men, and most often the context is unknown, and the actual interpretation is even more a mysterium. And every family has own way to do that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful talk. I'm sure we can go on discussing it later on when we have some time for question or during coffee break, absolutely. So thank you very much again. It was real food for thought. And now I have a great pleasure to invite our next speaker for today who is with us, Elena Di Venosa from the State University of Milan. With the most interesting subject, she'll be talking about black and white in medieval proverbs on the example of Germanic material. So we are all ears, and good luck with your presentation. Yep. Pointer, yes, sure. I think it's forward, backward.
So, do you hear me? Yes, thank you. So, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Rui and Thomas for giving me the occasion to meet you all in this interesting colloquium. So I'm going to start my presentation with a short premise, followed by some examples of proverbs containing the color black or white or both. And it's okay? Oh, thank you. And in a few cases combined with other colors. I'll close my contribution with some final ideas, not really conclusions, but just a research clue. I am a Germanic philologist, so my researches are concerned with Germanic Middle Ages, particularly of the German area. Philology can give a contribution to paremiology and to historical phraseology in two ways. With the diachronic approach, the philologist analyzes the proverbs which are in use today and tries to trace their origins. Most of today's proverbs originated precisely in the Middle Ages and still reflect mentality or customs of that age. With the synchronic historical approach, the philologist analyzes medieval texts and tries to understand whether a certain sentence was a normal sentence or if it was already intended as a catchphrase or a maxim. So today we follow this second approach. The difficulty in working with ancient texts is that syntactic rules were not yet fully established. We can observe today that proverbs have a crystallized sentence structure, but it developed over the centuries until the modern standard form, whereas in medieval texts, they are not always recognizable, despite what Lisa says. How old? So they're not always recognizable as they look like simple sentences inserted in a text. So what we find in Samuel Singer's Thesaurus Proverbiorum Medievi is a huge and basic collection, continuing until 1948 when Singer died, of so-called proverbs, which not always sound as proverbs in the way we know today. They are just a concise description of a common life situation. So the Thesaurus is a collection of medieval proverbs in 13 volumes. The 14th volume is a list of sources. There are Latin proverbs of the classical age, which are still transmitted in the Middle Ages, and proverbs in works written in different vulgar languages. So, but what do black and white mean? We expect to find in proverbs a reflection of what they symbolize. So we must remember, first of all, that many metaphorical expressions using color names reflect an archaic culture where only the 5 senses were available to perceive and comprehend the world, in particular sight, which allows us to distinguish objects by color. In Middle Ages, every expression of life could be divided into 2 categories, which referred back to the figure of Christ, who has at the same time human and divine nature. Similarly, there was a continuous tension between the physical needs and the spiritual ones, between body and soul, matter and intellect, darkness and light. According to anthropologists and Christian religion, starting with God's words at the beginning of the creation of the world, so let's there be light, man associates the white color to the daylight, to the sun, its warmth, and consequently the joy and a safe life. On the contrary, black reminds us of the perils of the night, which are hidden in darkness, and of the underworld and of death. According to classical mythology, the division is less clear-cut. Some deities, like Demeter, the Olympian goddess of the harvest, agriculture, and fertility, Persephone, her daughter, the embodiment of spring and the personification of newborn vegetation, and Diana, goddess of hunters, wildlife, and childbirth, who may be identified with Isis or Cybele, and sometimes depicted as art, sometimes depicted as black, while Helios, personification of the sun, and Hemera, personification of the day, but the same Christ and Maria, too, are imagined as white. The first ones belong to fertility cults, which means earth, crop, rain, and other material things, while the second ones belong to a more spiritual sphere. Here again, we have black and white as opposites of the 2 sides of the conception of life. So let's take a look now at some examples found in the Thesaurus Proverbiorum. So I read the translation. There is a candle on a wall, and even if it does not burn the wall, it makes it soot and black. Or I don't like rubbing up against black cauldrons. So the first 2 examples are by Meister Ingold, a Dominican friar of Strasbourg, who wrote Das Goldene Spiel, an allegorical chess book, and Rosenbluth, an artist and poet from Nuremberg, author of aphorisms. In both examples, black doesn't seem to have a particular value. It is obvious that the flame of a candle makes a wall black, and that the cauldron is black for being in contact with the fireplace. Black is here just the color of concrete objects. But it is true that these 2 proverbs could express something negative, as black soot can dirty hands. In these 2 proverbs, so the other ones, for the devil will not be as black as is painted. The world is beautiful outside, while green and red inside, full of black color, dark as death. So in these 2 proverbs, black as a negative symbol is more evident. The first one is a very famous statement by Luther. It is still used in German, so der Teufel ist nie so schwarz wie man ihn malt. Who considers black the color of the devil? Although here the message is positive, we should not stop at appearances. The second one is by the famous German Minnesänger Walter von der Vogelweide, who shows that black is the contrary of lively colors and it is associated with death. So, although the pepper is black, it gives off a good smell. Pale sight does not jinx everything, not everything that is black is bewitched. So in this, pepper, where is it? Okay. As we just seen, Proverbs can warn against appearances. In these two cases, Proverbs affirm openly that black is not always something bad. The first one is taken from one of the poems collected by the London merchant Richard Hill, but Singer's Thesaurus doesn't give precise information about the source. The second one is taken from a Latin-Danish collection of proverbs by the 14th century Danish scholar Peter Lolle. So, a white scarf adorns a woman's head well. You choose like the little children who spurns 1,000 pounds of gold for the sake of the shine of a white egg. Proverbs about the white color can have a similar meaning. White can be simply the color of an object. In this case, it's a scarf or an egg. Although the second proverb can be intended as a warning that shining objects are not always of great value. The first proverb is taken from the famous Dialogues of Solomon and Markov, a late medieval gnomic work, which is a remarkable source of proverbs. The proverb comes from the Low German translation. The second one is by the German poet Barthold von Holle, whose identity is uncertain. So, white snow dazzled the eyes. Go into the ossuary and see which is the head of the prince or the head of the shepherd. There is no difference between them. They are both white. So we can notice here that white can be bad. White is full of light, is beautiful, but it can blind the eyes. So it is deceitful. And in the second proverb, white is the color of the bare bones of the dead. The author of the first statement is Friedank, a German didactic poet, famous for his rhyming aphorisms. The second one is by Johannes Geiler, a Swiss preacher. All the white you see is not always snow. I and my kind are like the dead man's coffin, painted white on the outside and full of stench and worms on the inside. Here we find again a warning against appearances. Thomas von Circlare, a poet from the northeast Italian region Friuli, but German mother tongue, observed that white does not always represent beautiful things. In the English prose dialogue, Vices and Virtues, in which the soul confesses its sins, the rotting dead body cannot be hidden behind something white and apparently beautiful. So, if you find any black swan, you can demand fidelity from women. Good people are rarely found. A good man is rare and resembles a white raven. Here, both black and white can be used as symbols of the same concept. A rare animal like a black swan or a not existing white raven are good terms of comparison for representing unrealistic, though desirable situations. The first proverb comes from a collection of rhymed aphorisms in Middle Dutch. The second one is taken from the oldest collection of proverbs in Low German, collected by the humanist Antonius Tunitius, who translated them into Latin. Here, the ermine is white, and yet it has a black tail, because white is whiter when placed next to black. Next to the blackness, one recognizes white, with the coolness, or one recognizes the heat. So here, there are numerous proverbs in which black and white are used together in order to prove that good and bad are never absolute. Even the white fur of an ermine has some black spots. This expresses a very similar principle to that of yin and yang, so of the Taoism. Everything contains the seed for its opposite, and black cannot exist without white and vice versa. As the second and third proverbs show, one color can be noticed only when the other one is near. The three sources are, respectively, the Marner, a Suevian wandering poet, Minnesänger and gnomic writer. The second one is the English monk and poet John Lydgate. And the third is Heinrich der Teichner, an Austrian gnomic poet. Then, if they, the flatterers, make him believe that black is white and blue is green, a white shield is beautifully adorned with a well-made black crown. These following two examples are based on the same principle and choose black and white to describe opposites. The sources are John Gower, an English poet, author of moral works, whereas the second source is again the dialogue between Salomon and Barkov, but in German translation this time. So, just as the sun takes on color from the glass of the jar, so does the shine afterwards, white, red, yellow, blue, green, and whatever other color the glass has. That is what the sun takes on. This is how our Lord Jesus Christ did it. So, as previously mentioned, black and white can be found in Proverbs along with other colors, have you already seen before also. In this example, taken from a German collection of sermons, white is associated with the luminous colors which symbolize Christ's radiant glory. Here, so the sickle means death. The flower may be white or red. It mows down everything that is it grasps with its sharpness. Thus it becomes hay. Or a black drop of soot hides a red grain of gold. Also, these two proverbs combine white or black with other colors. The first one, written by the Low German religious poet known with the pseudonym Wild Man, explains that every living creature is destined to die, whatever its color is. The second one, written by the Austrian epic poet Heinrich von dem Turlin, observes that a little black spot that is a little mistake can stand out and cast a shadow on good things. Some considerations now about the medieval sources. So in medieval encyclopedic works, the dualistic conception of life is clearly explained by scholars such as the Dominican Vincent of Beauvais. Black and white represent two opposite physical notions in the same manner as heat and coldness. In courtly poetry, we find the religious and classical symbolism we saw at the beginning. So black represents negative concepts and white positive ones. In Christian symbolism, otherwise, both black and white represent the path to rebirth and Christ's resurrection. In fact, death starts with the morning black, which slowly turns to gray and ends up with white, symbol of the rising soul from grave to immortality. In romances, like in the prologue of Wolfram's Parsifal, white represents positive values and black negative. White symbolizes loyalty and constancy in good men. Black represents faithlessness and darkness of the mind, or ignorance in bad men. In Parsifal, the magpie allegory, that is the magpie, this bird, black and white, is quite famous and expresses the observation that nothing is completely white or completely black. Wolfram says that man is a little bit of hell and heaven inside. That man is a little bit of hell and heaven inside himself. When the two natures are in balance, man can enjoy life. Also in Minnesang, the two colors are used as symbols in the traditional way. White represents virtues like chastity, hope, granted love, loving memory. Black represents sorrowful situations such as grief, anger, quarrel, offense by the lover. Similar are the Carmina Burana, where white stands for beauty, a white swan, and black for ugliness and death, as the white swan dies roasted in a pan. Poor swan. We can notice that in literary works written in feudal high society, the colors black and white are used as symbols with the traditional meaning. So it has white is good and black is bad. But at the same time, the same medieval authors insert black and white proverbs in their works, representing a different popular point of view. So that say different things, respect the tradition. This observation deserves a closer look. because the Thesaurus Proverbiorum extracts proverbs from their context and lets many questions open. So if it is still a work to be done to interpret these proverbs inside the literary works which transmit them. So this is, I have to do this one in the future, maybe. So these are some readings. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm sure it will inspire lots of other studies on black and white, as it can see that it's not really this clear-cut division between these good colors, and lots to be researched. And finally, last but definitely not least, I would like to invite Krystyna Rutkowska and Irena Snukiszkiene from the Vilnius University in Lithuania. They will be speaking on conceptualization of mother in 3 languages, mainly Lithuanian, Polish, and English.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to be here today. I come, as I have already been introduced, yes, I come from Vilnius University, from the Institute of Foreign Languages. And today I'm going to present the research that we carried out together with Professor Rutkowska from Vilnius University, the Center of Polish Studies. Professor Rutkowska was also the supervisor of my doctoral thesis. And today we are going to present the research of Lithuanian, Polish, and English proverbs as minimal text. This is going to be the linguistic and cultural conceptualization, the analysis of the conceptualization in the proverbs. So our research aims to reconstruct the linguo-cultural picture of the concept of mother in the proverbs of these 3 languages. And we selected the proverbs from the main compendia of Parimia in these 3 languages, and like every ethnolinguistic research, our research is partially biased. This bias lies in the form, in the composition of the compendia, and to avoid this bias as much as possible, we tried to select the main and the most comprehensive compendia from all 3 languages. The Lithuanian compendium is the Dictionary of Proverbs and Sayings, Lietuvių patarlės ir priežodžiai, that was yesterday introduced by Dalia Zaikauskienė, one of the authors. It is based on the Kartotek, Lithuanian Kartotek of Proverbs and Sayings, which is the result of many, many years of work of Lithuanian parimologists. The Polish proverbs were collected from Krzyżanowski's compendium, and the English proverbs were collected from 2 main dictionaries, Oxford Dictionary of English Proverbs and a Dictionary of American Proverbs. And, well, what astonished us was the fact that the number of English proverbs was much lower than on mother, was much, much lower than the number of Lithuanian and Polish proverbs on mother. And the difference was 10 times. So we also checked some other English dictionaries, and still this difference remained very high. And well, we really don't, it's really difficult to say why there is such a huge difference. I think if we raise the hypothesis on the position of mother on the axiological scale of these 3 cultures, I think such a hypothesis, such a conclusion would be too far-fetched. I think one of the reasons is that both Lithuanian and Polish languages contain a lot of diminutives and also some augmentatives with the word mother. In Lithuanian, mother is motina, and there are also proverbs with the diminutives, motulė, motušė, motinėlė, and there are a lot of proverbs with the diminutives. The same goes for the Polish language, so that might be one of the reasons why we have such a huge difference of proverbs about mother in the English sources and in Polish and Lithuanian sources. And maybe this fact will prompt some discussions after my presentation. Yeah, so the use of proverbs in ethnolinguistic research has been criticized, and this critique is well-founded, because there is the question whether the proverbs represent specific national or rather universal, specific national or rather universal values. In fact, I would like to quote a Lithuanian parimologist, Kazys Grigas, one of the most prominent Lithuanian parimologists, who said that international proverbs often have specific national variations. Their images often undergo national modulations, national adaptations, and thus foreign borrowed proverbs are often edited by linguistic practice until they become an integral part of that culture. Grigas also said that there is the possibility of independent development of the same proverbs as typological analogies in different cultures. And cultures sharing the same proverbs often share also the same mental and spiritual needs and values. So we come to the conclusion that proverbs, parimia, can be used in ethno-linguistic research. We take the middle stance in these two opinions. We think that proverbs are integral part of a culture used by the majority of society. They are fixed, they contain information on the culture's worldview, on the culture's values, and being fixed, representative, and passed down from generation to generation, they establish a certain axiological system and certain stereotypes. And here we understand the stereotypes as the totality of the object's features, according to the ethno-linguistic school of Lublin. And proverbs and sayings have already been used through many years, widely used in the concept analysis and the reconstruction of the linguistic worldview, especially by the ethno-linguistic school of Lublin. And now I will very briefly talk about the methodology that we used. So we selected all the proverbs with the lexical unit mother and its synonymic and metaphoric equivalents. Here we focused on the analysis of the lexical unit, mother in our case, and its syntagmatic relations with other words in the sentence through the application of cognitive and partially semiotic methodologies, which are already well established in ethnolinguistics. And we carried out the analysis of semantic aspects. It means we analyzed the qualities of the mother through her spheres of action, her evaluation of society, her location, her evaluation in the family, etc., etc. And we understand the aspect according to the theory by the ethnolinguistic school of Lublin. The founder of that school, Professor Jerzy Bartmiński, and his wife, Professor Stanisława Niebrzegowska-Bartmińska, define aspect as one of the concept analysis methodology tools, a unit of semantic categorization. They define it as a set of features that correspond to some common characteristic. So we take the concept that we analyze, mother in our case, and we ask questions. What functions does mother perform in the proverbs? Yeah, what is her location of her actions? What actions does she perform? What characteristics does she have? Physical characteristics, spiritual characteristics, etc. And aspects are thus perceived as a network that handles the material, facilitating the comparison of the objects studied. And now I am going to present the research itself. So first of all, we analyzed the position of mother, the axiological position of mother through her origin and through her value. And here we can already see some differences in the Lithuanian, Polish and English proverbs. For example, the Lithuanian and Polish proverb accentuate the uniqueness of mother. Her origin is as if divine. She is given from the divine sphere, from the top. For example, the Lithuanian proverb says, one cannot choose a mother. And this translation in the red brackets is my translation. It is the translation of the surface structure of the proverb. It's word for word, literal translation, not the deep structure. In the Lithuanian culture, mother is presented as sacred. There are two rules, one God in heaven, one mother on earth. So we can see that she is regarded as a counterpart of God on earth. And it is sacrilegious to contradict your mother, to abuse her in some way, as some other Lithuanian proverbs say. So she is the object of a very, very strong respect. And in all the three cultures, mother is presented as extremely powerful. In the Lithuanian culture, well, in Lithuanian proverbs say that she has two powerful tools. One tool is her prayers. Mother prayers go straight to heaven. And another her tool is curse. Mother's curse does not perish. And the Polish proverb says, mother's voice is God's voice. So we can see that it's not only vox populi, that is vox dei, but in the Lithuanian culture it's also vox mater. And the English proverb has a very beautiful metaphorical expression for the mother. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Also a very beautiful proverb. Now, talking about her axiological position, it is also seen through the collections. Now, collections are the words with which mother collocates in proverbs, in sayings, and it is interesting that in Lithuania, mother is very often compared to the son, and the son is compared to the mother. It is probably because the son is of feminine origin in the Lithuanian language, unlike in many other Indo-European languages, especially of the southern origin. It's probably because of our geographical location. We have so little sun, and it is almost never hot. It's very warm and pleasant, and we long for it through the long months of winter. This is why mother, in Lithuanian folk songs, in Lithuanian proverbs, the son is very often compared to the mother. There is one mother and one son, and here we have these diminutives. One dear mother, and one dear son, little son, the diminutives that can't be translated into English. Another proverb says, mother, son, again, the diminutive. In the morning you rise early, in the evening you never set. That proverb comes from archaic tradition of grazing animals, the shepherds. The grazing animals was usually the task of kids in Lithuanian tradition. Sometimes the kids were as young as 5, and it was really a very difficult task. They had to go to the fields very early in the morning and stay there till the late evening. Another colloquium that mother is compared to in Lithuanian proverbs is bread. Now, black rye bread is a very strong Lithuanian colloquium. So the proverbs say one never has enough for one's mother and bread. And one more collocation is the earth. There is a very well-known saying, žemė motinėlė, and here we also have the diminutive, the earth is our mother. And now, what concerns the Polish proverbs, there are no concrete national values, but mother is compared to food, to sweet apple, to porridge, and also to some natural things, to the forest, to the earth. And it's interesting that we haven't found any English proverbs that have the collocations where mother is presented through collections. Now, talking about axiological opposition, so we looked for any proverbs where mother is, where some phenomena are opposed to the mother, and we found very few, but we found some Lithuanian proverbs. So in Lithuanian proverbs, mother is opposed to trouble, to misery. It's a Lithuanian word bieda, which is really difficult to translate into English. It can be translated as poverty, also poverty, misery, trouble, hard times, generally speaking. And the mother is also opposed to war, both in Lithuanian and Polish proverbs. And we haven't found any oppositions in the English proverbs. Now, talking about her position in the family, again, in the Lithuanian proverbs, there is the aspect of the uniqueness of mother. And it is interesting that in all the 3 cultures, mother has a very strong position in the family. If not the top, then the central. She is the primary cause why the family exists. For example, the Lithuanian proverb says, kol yra mama, tol yra šeima. As long as there is the mother, there is the family. The Polish proverb says, when the father dies, the kid is half orphanage. When the mother dies, the kid is full orphanage. And the English proverb says the father is the head, so he takes the top position in the family, but the mother is the heart. She is the central position. Her position is the central in the family. And it is also interesting that both parents have very strictly divided functions. The functions of the mother, the functions that are ascribed to the mother is usually raising children, taking care of the children, feeding them, tailoring clothes for them, and the functions ascribed to father is taking care of the house, constructing house, working in the fields, and so on. And in all the 3 cultures, there is a very strong aspect of respect towards both parents. That probably comes from the biblical tradition, from the Decalogue. For example, the English proverb, it is one of the 10 commandments of the Decalogue. Honor your father and your mother. Now, talking about the relations, the bonds between mother and her children, we can see very strong relations between mother and children, especially daughter. And these bonds are reflected through both physical and spiritual similarity. All 3 cultures have the same proverb, like mother, like daughter. Also, we have a very strong physical similarity. For example, the Lithuanian proverb says she has collected all her mother's crumbles. This is a word-for-word translation. To collect the crumbles, it is a phraseology that means to be physically alike. There is also a very strong spiritual intimacy. And also all the proverbs of all three cultures have this aspect of children's ingratitude. We have the same proverb, more or less the same in all three cultures. The English, I will read the English version. A mother can take care of 10 children, but sometimes 10 children can't take care of one mother. Or the Lithuanian proverb, a mother dies and her daughter dances. And now let's have a look at the opposition in the family, the aspect of opposition in the family. So in all three cultures, mother is opposed to either stepmother or to mother-in-law. And here, in the concept of mother, there is expressed love and warmth, and in the concepts of stepmother and mother-in-law, we have expressed the coldness and the lack of love. For example, there are Lithuanian proverbs, mother-in-law is not a mother, or the mother-in-law's words are more painful than the mother's cane. Mother-in-law, mother is joyful when her daughter gets married, but when she meets her daughter-in-law, she becomes angry. And we have more or less the same, the same view in all the three cultures. Now, let's move on to the qualities and functions of mother expressed in all three cultures. So in Lithuanian, both Lithuanian, Polish and English proverbs, function number one and quality number one ascribed to mother is unconditional love. Every language has almost the same proverb. Every mother thinks that her kid is the prettiest. Everyone is good and beautiful to their mother, or the English version, no mother has a homely child. And it is also interesting that in the Lithuanian language, this unconditional love is dear. There is the proverb saying, mother's love is dearer than gold. It is also very powerful. Mother's love crushes the rock. It is also presented as eternal. Mother is stroking her child even when she is dying, and mother's love does not end with her death. And there is also a very strong aspect of sacrification. If mother could, she would give a soul to her child, or only a mother spares nothing to her child. And now let's move on to other qualities and functions ascribed to mother in the proverbs of these three languages. Another function is guarding morality and punishment. So mother, especially in Lithuanian proverbs, but also in some Polish proverbs, is presented as the moral guard. She is the one responsible for teaching her children morality and punishing them if necessary. And it's interesting, we haven't found any English proverbs where the mother punishes her children. For example, in the Lithuanian proverb language, there are proverbs. A daughter who was not scolded by her own mother is dispraised by other people. And it is also interesting that this punishment, maternal punishment, is not perceived as very painful, very strong by the children. For example, there are proverbs, mother's scolding and beating is like spreading butter, or mother hand does not cause any pain, or mother's cane is soft. The same is in the Polish language. Mother beats but teaches. Or when mother beats you, your skin gets thicker. And also this punishment also expresses some kind of love. Mother both punishes and hugs. And there is also a proverb that says that the punishment is very hard to the mother. Somebody regrets something like a mother who has offended her child. Other qualities and functions ascribed to mother is upbringing and education. So education is the function that can be observed in the proverbs of all the three languages. There is one and almost the same proverb in the Lithuanian language. It's one good mother stands for 100 teachers. The Polish version is a good mother teaches more than 100 teachers. And the English version is the mother's heart is the child's classroom. And Lithuanian proverbs here again accentuate this moral upbringing. Another quality and function that we found in both Lithuanian and Polish proverbs is providing food. Mother is the one who is responsible for feeding, for providing food to the family. There is a Lithuanian proverb, a mother can feed 9 kids with 1 needle, and a father cannot feed 1 child with 6 horses. And here we can also see this opposition between, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there is the well-known Lithuanian proverb, other people's cakes are tasty, mother's black bread is even tasty. And here we can also see the culturim of black bread, Lithuanian culturim. Now, black rye bread in Lithuanian culture is the food of ordinary people, whereas white wheat bread was the food of the elite. It was more difficult to obtain. It was much more expensive. So here, the simple food that is given by the mother is regarded to be more delicious, more tastier than the cakes given by other people. And there is also a very beautiful Polish proverb, mother will share one berry among all her kids. Another function that is ascribed to mother is providing warmth. There is no warm home without the mother, the Lithuanian proverb says. Who has a mother has a warm home, and mother is summer, stepmother is the harshest winter. So here we can again come back to the opposition between mother and the stepmother. And we haven't found any English proverbs with this aspect, this function of warmth ascribed to mother. Another function, slightly negative function, the only probably negative function ascribed to mother, negative quality probably, is overprotection. And it can be observed in the proverbs of all the three languages. A girl who's been pampered by her mother is a poor daughter-in-law, the Lithuanian proverb says. The Polish proverb says somebody is holding on to their mother's apron. This is the proverb mocking somebody who too much relies on his or her mother. And the English proverb says, mother's darlings make but milk shop heroes. And there are also quite many qualities and functions of the mother expressed in parthonyms. And the Lithuanian proverbs provide most of the parthonyms. Parthonyms are body parts of mother that, well, symbolize some of her functions, some of her qualities. In Lithuanian, these are breast, heart. And it's interesting that we have both contradictory and supplementary proverbs of heart. They are contradictory and supplementary at the same time. For example, one proverb says, mother's heart is softer than feather. Another proverb says, mother's heart is stronger than steel. Then hands, that are both the symbol of tenderness and punishment, if necessary. Eyes, that express love, and the tears, again, that are very strong tool of the mother. Mother's tear is heavier than lead and hotter than fire. Mother's tear both cuts the stone and crushes and curses the child, and mother's tears split the heaven. The Polish proverbs have the following parthonyms, breasts and heart, and we found only one parthonym, one English proverb with the parthonym. It says tear, only mother's tears are worth their salt. So I come up to the conclusions of our brief research. The qualities of the mother are revealed in animate and inanimate collections, oppositions, common in paremiological structures, and also parthonyms that reveal mother's characteristic traits and qualities, both physical and spiritual. And now let's have a look at these differences. So if we have a look at the axiological position in both Lithuanian and English paremia, mother is presented as unique, taking a unique place in the world. In all the three cultures, she is presented as the person who has extraordinary power in the world, in the culture and in the family as well. In Lithuanian and Polish paremia, she is axiologically associated with some values, some concrete national values in the Lithuanian culture, like bread, sun, and earth, and with some more general values in the Polish culture, food and nature. And in both Lithuanian and Polish paremia, she is opposed to some terrible social phenomena, trouble, poverty, and war. So the mother is the one who saves people from trouble and guarantees peace. And if we have a look at her position in the family, the paremia of all three languages present a very similar position. So there is quite a strict task division for both parents in all these three cultures. And in all these three cultures, mother takes, if not the top, then the central position of the family. So she is the primary cause why the family exists. and that there are very strong physical and spiritual bonds between mother and children, especially daughters. And in all the three, in the perimeter of all the three languages, mother is opposed to stepmother and mother-in-law. And talking about linguo-cultural similarities and differences as seen in the characteristics and functions of the mother, in the perimeter of all three languages, the main quality ascribed to mother is unconditional love. In Lithuanian perimeter, this love is also eternal and associated with the self-sacrifice. Now, mother is ascribed the function of education, and in Lithuanian and Polish perimeter, she is also responsible for upbringing, for guarding morality, for punishing if necessary, for providing food and warmth. And her functions are expressed through some physical patronyms. In Lithuanian, these are breasts, heart, eyes, or tears, hands, that stand for the following characteristics: nursing, love, sensitivity, tenderness, and punishment, if necessary. And the perimeter of all the three languages express one negative characteristic: it is overprotection. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you, and if you have any questions, well, we will gladly answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. I'm sure there will be a lot of comments. So now time for questions. We have listened to three most interesting presentations which reflected the variety of optional research on Proverbs. So I can see that the first question is just coming.
First of all, thank you for your all meaningful presentations. I like it very much. And first of all, I would like to ask one question from Lisa. So, Lisa, you said about the proverb conflict with the proper speech act, yes? Proverb conflict with the proper speech act. Do you mean here that proverbs are sometimes not suitable to the situation, yes?
Might be. No, it is some kind of action against the speech there. Something doesn't fit, and then it is a quite good sign that this is a problem. Because if it's something that happens now, and we talk about forest or birds or something in the city, that doesn't match. So this kind of, it is, or then they say too shortly, or it is, the relevance is most often that makes the story. But it is not only that what you can use, but it helps, it has helped to find out that it could be a proverb, and then, but yes, a proverb violates against the proper speech.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for your answer. And I like it, Elena, examples, black and white colors. And also, Irina said different examples about the mother. And you said that a mother can take care of 10 children, but sometimes 10 children cannot take care of one. And in Uzbek language, we have also such kind of proverb. Bitta ona 10 bolani boqa olmaydi, 10 bola bitta ona 10 bolani boqa oladi, 10 bola bitta onani boqa olmaydi. That it means that one mother can feed 10 children, but 10 children cannot provide just one mother. We have such kind of version. And also observe the mother and take the daughter, you said that. And in Uzbek language also we have, first of all, watch mother and her character and social behavior, then you can take her daughter. So thank you for your all presentation. They are very successful, meaningful, and I think it would be useful in our next research. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions and for the comments. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from the floor? Uti?
Thank you. Also, I found them interesting and good presentations. Then, from the last about this matter, it came to my mind that what would be maybe the meaning or the reason for this Maria cult, which is in some cultures, like in Roman Catholic cultures, and then what about this Lutheran Christ? Have you thought about that? Is it open?
Okay, thank you. You're asking about the cult of Saint Virgin Mary, yes, and her representation in Proverbs. Well, we haven't found any
Virgin Mother.
Yeah, we haven't found any Lithuanian or Polish proverbs where we would have Mother and Saint Virgin Mary, because we took the keyword Mother. I think if we took the keyword Saint Virgin Mary, Maria in Lithuanian, or Maria, Matka Boska in Polish, then I think, yeah, we would probably find that she is compared to the mother. Yeah, but we took the keyword mother, and we haven't found any proverbs.
Yeah, I didn't mean that Maria should be there in Proverbs, but I mean the importance.
Yeah, but Saint Virgin Mary is called mother in Lithuanian tradition, Lithuanian culture, and Polish as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And the next is coming from Michael.
Just, pardon me, just a comment to the Otis comment, because I think she wanted to ask if the measure of distribution of the proverbs regarding mother in the Protestant British environment, whether this is not caused by the lack of the cult of Virgin Mary, like in opposite to the mostly Catholic Lithuania and Poland. Was it this? Yeah, okay.
Yes, Lithuanian and Polish cultures are mainly Catholic. Yeah, so there is a very strong cult of Saint Virgin Mary, and the comparison of Saint Virgin Mary to Mother in both Lithuania and Poland.
But still, the difference between the number of the proverbs regarding mother in British English, if this is not somehow, if it's not caused, if there is not a causality behind that.
Yes, now I understand.
I mean, like the metonymic relationship between mother, the mother, and the mother of the God.
Yes, now I understand your question, but all the database of the proverbs on mother in all the three languages, there were no proverbs with the Saint Virgin Mary. So the main word of the proverbs that we collected was mother. And I think the proverbs that contained Saint Virgin Mary as mother, then we should look up the entry Saint Virgin Mary in the dictionary. Yeah, then yes, but we didn't take these proverbs. We took the entry mother, all the synonyms of mother, all the diminutives of mother in Lithuanian and Polish.
Yeah, Lisa, I think I enjoyed your talk. You know, really, you gave us a very good pointers where you were really giving out those things there. You talked of proverbs for everyday life. I agree fully, but I didn't get you right when you said, if you don't use them, they die. Do proverbs die?
Their use will be out of the date. They are not living tradition. No, if we don't use or you use, they are not living tradition if they are only in books.
Then they don't die.
What?
In that case, they don't die.
No, they are just mew-mews, like in Egypt in the pyramids.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentations. It was very interesting. I would like to make some comments on Lisa's presentation. So you spoke about the collection of proverbs and the existence of the old books. Yesterday, due to our dance presentation, I was also asked a question, how old the Hungarian folk dance is. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
But there was a movement in Hungary collecting folk dances at the beginning of the last century. That's why some of them are described or even recorded with the first filming. That's why the new generations can see it, to copy it, to study, and so on. I think the same situation is with the Proverbs. But you also said that only collected Proverbs are kept in our mind. But the Hungarian collections of the Proverbs, they did contain the existing Proverbs, but due to the fact that the authors of the dictionaries were writers and intellectual persons, they also invented Proverbs. So there are Proverbs, and today we do not know which one really existed and which was invented as a nice saying. And regarding the Proverbs out of use and the new collections, I think many of you are aware that in Russian primatology there is a so-called primatological minimum of Proverbs created in the year 70 of the last century. But this year, our friend Professor Kotova made a huge job refreshing this primatological minimum. I don't know where it will be available because it's very fresh. With a lot, I don't remember exactly the statistics, but a lot of respondents, a lot of information. Now the old collection of 500 proverbs is refreshed to the modern level, and in percentage we can see which are fresh and used and which are less known. Thank you.
That's true. Also, we have only the mentions when they are being collected. But on the other side, Finnish has been illiterate language quite long. So actually, we look at those proverbs. The first published collection was 1644 in Bible. And, but it was not at all. Luther put those Bible proverbs to everyday Finnish because we didn't have literal Finnish. He invited the whole language, the written form of that. And then in the 1706, perhaps was the first collection, and it was collected by a clergyman, many clergymans, but it is in one's name. So it means that they have collected the Bible proverbs very much like that. And this went on until the 1900. And as I said here in one day, the first women in the field collecting something were to help men, and it was 1916. So there is only half of the people were counted somehow. And first projects in the field work with folkloristic was 1970s. And those invented proverbs, yes, we loved Kalevala. It came very popular in the 19th century. It was a nationalistic movement that needed also proverbs. So they were put in Kalevala meter, many of them. Quite fake thinking, because even I have thought that they are the old ones. No. And then they were also otherwise, even Lönnrot wrote in his book, I have taken here all proverbs in Finland except not proper language, no beautiful thing. He has quite a long list of what he has left over. But because it is only in the beginning of the book, nobody has noticed that. We take that as given that they are all. So he had a good fantasy. And then about the paramologic minimum, I know that we use that in the historical geographical system, but actually Finnish is so small language that in China we wouldn't even be counted as a minority language. So sometimes 1 or 2 is more than 100 in some other language. So I don't think, of course, when I have Proverbs, which I have taken there, I can see that if it comes somehow many times, but no exact. Yeah, it was all true what you said. So I have easy to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much for all the questions so far. We've got time for one question. Fionnuala, yes?
The right position? Yeah, right. Okay. Well, morning, everyone. And I learned such a lot from all of the 3 presentations. I'm just going to focus a little bit on the mother aspect one. I'm just wondering, I mean, the Oxford Dictionary of English Proverbs is Proverbs from literature. I'm wondering, your other sources, are they from oral tradition or... You know, can you compare those?
The sources of the English proverbs, yes?
The Oxford Dictionary of English Proverbs, which was your main source?
The Dictionary of American Proverbs, the Fact on the File Dictionary of Proverbs, the Dictionary of Proverbs and their origin, and there was also the 5th one. I have it on my slide, but I think I forgot to switch that slide.
So your sources for Polish and English and Lithuanian were all sort of spread across oral and tradition and literature. Yeah, okay, grand. Because that could be one reason for a big difference in the English ones if you were just relying on the ODEP, you know, the Oxford Dictionary of English Proverbs. And I was wondering, I can't think of any of the Gyula Pazolai's Common European Proverbs, you know, the 106 across, you know, north, south, west and east. Do any of them mention mother? I don't think so. There's might be like father, like son, and then like mother, like daughter, but, you know, it's not a common component of any of those common proverbs, I don't think, you know.
Yes, that was nice when you mentioned the mother and daughter. In Finland, we use only like father, like son. But remember again, who has collected? So men has not taken account. I'm sure it exists also in Finnish, like mother, like mother is daughter, and like daughter, like mother. But we have only father. And has interpreted that Finland has been only patriarchal society. Even we don't have even those he and she. So you actually cannot make a difference without a special word who is speaking. So that was very nice. I should have, yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for all the comments and observations. Once again, many thanks for all the presentations. As you could see, the fact that I was sure that they are going to be really inspiring was well based. And you can see how much interest your presentations have aroused. And so let's start the ceremony. So the first certificate goes to Lisa Grandbon-Heranen. So the second presentation was delivered by Elena Di Velenosa. My sincere congratulations. And finally, I would like to invite Professor Krystyna Rutkowska and Dr. Irena Snukiszkiene. So one for you and the other for your colleague. And also, I'm the lucky one. I have also one diploma, my lucky day. So thank you very much again. And now, coffee time.
Hotel Vila Galé da Vila é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Em casa, e isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
O Hotel Vila Galeta Vira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Sinto-me em casa. casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria.
So, yeah, dear members, participants, it's very high time. Let's come in and begin. Yeah. Okay, guys, we're waiting for you. So, welcome again to today's session, the second block, and we're going to have 3 presentations. And the first one, I would love to just announce that she's my colleague also, Khurshida Jalilova from National University of Uzbekistan, and she will speak about the usage of the use of folk proverbs in the works of Abdullah Avlani by the example of travel diary. So she was here last year, but this year she couldn't come, and I do hope she will contact with us through Zoom, and we can also use her video too. It's my pleasure to announce Khurshida Jalilova on the floor.
Hello, dear Rui and Marinella, dear friend, colleague, participants of Colloquium for fourth day. I have been watching event with pleasure, listening to interesting report on Proverbs through the Zoom. Taking this moment, I would like to congratulate Rui Suarez and my colleague Nargiz Abdullayev on the presentation of the Dictionary of Euro-Asian Proverbs. And say hello, my friends from different countries, Linda, Fionella, Irina, Joanna, Rui Duarte, Rui Suarez, of course. And I hope for next colloquium I will be able to come to the beautiful city of Portugal, Tavira. I prepared a video, my report, to avoid communication error. If it's possible, after watching the video, I will try to answer your question. Thank you. At the National University of Uzbekistan. Good afternoon. My name is Khurshida Jalilova. I am an associate professor at the National University of Uzbekistan, named after Mirza Ulugh. My topic of the report is the use of folk proverbs in the works of Abdullah Avlani by the example of travel diary. The Uzbek literary heritage cannot be imagined without religious and wise saying that is proverbs. Folk proverbs have served to make our speech rich, colorful, and meaningful. Uzbek folk proverbs have been created for several centuries, and they are not only actively used in folk speech, but also expressed in monuments created by writers. We can observe interest in proverbs from a scientific and literary point of view in the work of Mahmud Kashgari, Yusuf Khoskhajib, Ahmad Yasavi, Alisher Navai, Babur. So, if we look at the history, we can see that in different periods, writers widely used folk proverbs in order in create the artistry of the work on to ensure the fluency of the language and penetration into the heart of the reader. Short and capacious with deep meaning and vitality, folk proverbs did not live indifferent Avlani too. Abdullah Avlani, 1878-1934, Uzbek writer and educator, public figure, author of textbooks, journalistic and artistic work written in various genres. Understanding the importance of education in society and human life, in his work, Avlani paid great attention to issues of education and morality. Analyzing works of Avlani, we observed that the author reinforces his word with hadith and passages from the Quran, and also quotes famous philosophers and thinkers of the East and West. Expressing his attitude to each event, the writer also refers to folk proverbs in his works. That is why the language of Avlani works is distinguished by its richness and significance. A striking example of this Avlani's works, Turkey, Gulistan, and Attic. In the work, the author uses the wise saying, "The motherland is as holy as the mother," when we're talking about theme of the motherland, own country. Avlani believes that the duty of every citizen is to value, honor, and love the motherland like a mother. Our grandfather quoted a wise folk saying, "It is better to be shepherd in your own country than a king in a foreign country." In Uzbek, o'zga yurtda sulton bo'lgandan o'z vataningda cho'pol bo'lgan afzalroq. Avlani, in whose work the leading themes were those of freedom, liberty, and enlightenment. In his travel notice created as a result of the current situation, widely used proverb full of feeling of patriotism. Avlani highly appreciated the role of words. He paid special attention to the meaning of each word, expressing his universal ideas about language and speech etiquette. Avlani argued for the need to use every word in its place and quoted the following popular proverbs: "Think a lot, say a little." Avlani, in his short work, Travel Through His Hometown, the author uses the folk saying, "Yurganda yuragim elanur," expressing his mental pain when he sees his compatriot in the frosty cold. So, in another episode, observing young people saying insulting words to each other, he uses the popular proverb, "Even a snake shed its skin at your words," in Uzbek. Hatto ilon ham po'stini tashladi ularning so'zlaridan. Thus expressing his anger and disappointment. Avlani believes that education is one of the ways to get rid of ignorance. Only educated people know their rights and know exactly what they're fighting for. Therefore, the main goal of Avlani was the formation of national identity. The times of our grandfather, when they say, what will be, have the past, and they have been replaced by the time of you will get if you will get it if you know, you will lose it if you don't know, writes Abdullah Avlani. In 1990 and in 1920, Avlani served as ambassador to Afghanistan in the city Herat. Afghan journey written in the form of diary tells about this period in the life of Abdullah Avlani. This work reflects the awesome memories of this trip, the problem of that time, including the hard life of the peoples of Turkestan, the reasoning and attitude to the surrounding reality of the also traveler. So describing the small villages he saw during the trip, Avlani cites a folk proverb that reflect the characters of the locals, telling the situation of people holding a rifle in their hands for the first time in their life. He used the Uzbek folk proverb, "Tarvuzları koltuklardan düştü," dropped from their hands. That is, the author wanted to show what they were very confused. Describing the difficulty during the journey, he cited the following well-known Uzbek proverb, "Ona sütleri oğuzlardan geldi." Mother's milk came out the mouth. The by meaning the achievement of the goal of overcoming great difficulties. Thus, the author manages to significantly enhance the imagery of the picture. In the work of Avlani, proverbs were used in their original form or with some changes. Using proverbs, Avlani not only enriched the artistic language and style of his works, but also increased their impact of readers, drawing the attention of contemporaries to important issues and ancient values. So, in the works of Avlani, Proverbs served as a golden bridge connecting written author literature and folk oral art. Undoubtedly, folk proverbs play an important place in Avlani travel diary because proverbs are an important element of literary work. In his works, Avlani uses folk proverbs to describe the characters of the work, to create a national color, and to express their attitude to reality. According to the idea of the author's works, the proverbs found in it are used in various topics. Among them, proverbs about love for the country, peace, work, and human behavior. Avlani's work has an important spiritual and educational value for the readers of the young generation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear Khurshida. I think we will discuss some just questions, maybe if we have, or just comments after through these communications. I'm thrilled to announce the next speaker, Georgios Tserpas from Hellenic Folklore Research Center, Academy of Athens, Greece, and his colleague, maybe she will join us on Zoom, yeah? Emanuela Katrinaki, Hellenic Folklore Research Center of the Academy of Athens, Greece. And the topic is about Proverbs in Greek tall tales, ATU 1875, 1899, a surrealistic use of metaphors. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity and the excellent organization of the colloquium. Just to say before we start that this presentation is a joint project with my dear colleague Emanuela Katrinaki. You can see her. She's at work right now at the Hellenic Folklore Research Center. And she will just say good morning. Emanuela?
Good morning from Athens, Greece. Nice to meet you all.
Okay, so this is a joint presentation. I will speak since I am here, but Emanuela will join us at the end for the discussion. So, let us start. Can we have the PowerPoint, please? Okay, thank you very much. So, before I start, just some short overview of today's presentation. Our topic is Proverbs and how are they embedded in Greek tall tales. First of all, we will speak about metaphor as a key feature of Proverbs. Then we will analyze what the folklore genre of tall tales is, how Proverbs are integrated in tall tales and how they function, and ultimately we're interested in a cross-genre perspective of the two folklore genres, Proverbs and tall tales, in order to see what the folklore genre does and which are the conventions of their use when one is embedded to the other. So, the question of proverb definition is a problem for folklorists and proverb scholars internationally, as there is no commonly accepted definition of what a proverb is. Arthur Taylor, as early as 1931, had spoken about the famous incommunicable quality that determines whether a text is proverbial or not, because of which the researcher's interest turned more to finding the characteristics of this genre, with the leading figure, as far as the criteria of proverbiality is concerned, being Shirley Aurora. The leading paremiologist of our times, Wolfgang Mieder, has given the following definition. A proverb is a short, generally known sentence of the folk which contains wisdom, truth, morals, and traditional views in a metaphorical, fixed, and memorizable form, and which is handed down from generation to generation. So, a key feature highlighted by the above definition is the metaphorical use. The metaphor, together with the image, are the main characteristic features of the proverb. Metaphor emerges as a key feature, as through it we can generalize the unique problem and express it as a common phenomenon of life. Always considering, of course, the context of use. After all, proverbs are governed by a relative stability in form due to their brevity, with the context being the factor that determines their meaning, making them effective communication strategies. In this paper, the proverbs that will be studied are part of a context that has nothing to do with social interaction, but with another type of folk discourse, the tall tales. So, the discovery of the existence of similar folk oral narratives in many countries of the world led early on to the attempt to classify them based on their plot. The result of the comparative research was the creation of an international catalogue of folk tales in 1910 by the Finnish Antti Aarne, which was gradually enriched in 1963 by Steve Thompson and in 2004 by the German Utter, who has published a revised edition of the catalogue. According to the international catalogue, folk tales are classified into 7 main categories: animal tales, tales of magic, religious tales, realistic tales, tales of the stupid, ogre, diable, formula tales, and anecdotes, jokes. A special subcategory of anecdotes is the tall tales. This last category includes some very interesting short stories with the main theme of describing a world where what happens is paradoxical and outrageous, even upside down. The protagonists of these short stories engage in a contest in lying and talk about incredible things that happen in an unreal world, displaying a highly creative imagination where everything is inverted. Tall tales are built cumulatively. Storytellers accumulate surreal images, subverting sensory data and physical and logical rules in a play with the limits of the real world as well as with language. In this play, storytellers incorporate into their narratives certain well-known proverbs, but modifying them to fit the spirit of the tall tale, targeting to provoke laughter. So, let's see a typical narration from the Greek oral tradition. A monk makes a bet with a priest that whoever tells the biggest lie will get the other's fortune. So he begins to narrate. Once we were marrying my father, and we were looking for a best man. I step on an egg and ascend to the sky. I find the best man. I want to come down to earth, but how? I find the thread in my pocket. I spread it single, it's not long enough. I fold it in half, it's enough, and I go down. Moving on, I find the branch. I begin to cut it, gather 40 loads of wood. I go further, I find a stall. I start milking the goat. Milking, the milk never ends. A flea passes by, he kicks the churn, spills all the milk. The dogs chase him, catch him. We slaughter him, skin him, take out 40 occats of skin and 30 occats of vinegar. Oka is a weight unit. It's equal to 1,282 grams. We cut the pelt, make 2 pouches. We fill them with oil, load them on a mouse. I ride the mouse and go to my father. Your turn now, priest. The priest is speechless and the monk wins the bet. We have many similar narratives in Greece, sometimes shorter and sometimes quite extensive. A more detailed description of their episodes goes beyond the purposes of this presentation, which concerns how 2 different genres of folk speech, the tall tale and the proverb, are connected in the same oral text. Our reference tale describes the unlikely situations the narrator gets involved in to bring a best man to his father's wedding, which will paradoxically take place after the birth of his son. Within the following surreal scenes of the fairy tale, 3 well-known Greek proverbs are integrated but modified. The first one, the thread or rope, is not long enough, so he folds it in half and descends. The flea spills the milk from the churn, he gets a grease or fat out of the flea. The reference to the thread or rope, that it is not long enough when stretched, but it is long enough when folded, so the monk can use it to descend from the sky, refers to the well-known proverb throughout Greece, single the rope was not enough, but folded in 2 is enough. Nikolaos Politis mentions that this is a Byzantine proverb and gives various variants. For example, μονό δεν έφτανε, διπλό περίσσεψε. Single was not enough, double folded, spares. Μονό δεν φτάνει το σκοινί και διπλό περισσεύει. The rope single is not enough and double folded, spares. At the same time, other variants are given where the person to whom the proverb refers to is clarified, which of course is considered as foolish. Του λολού το σκοινί, stupid's rope. Του παλαβού το σκοινί, foolish's rope. Του Ρωμιού το σκοινί, Greek's rope. Του φτωχού το σκοινί, poor's rope. Του χωριάτη το σκοινί, peasant's rope. It is obvious that the proverb expresses something absurd. Of interest, then, are the variations that identify persons with irrational behaviors. And while it is logical that the stupid and the foolish are identified with this kind of behavior, it is surprising that the Greek, the poor, and the peasant are considered irrational. Of course, beyond being irrational, this kind of behavior could, according to Dimitrios Loukatos, who considers it is a descriptive parimyomythos, be characterized as naive or stubborn. Naivety and stubbornness could justify variations on Greek, the poor, and the peasant, as they refer on socially attributed characteristics. In the proverb referring to the churn with the milk, the image of the cow prevails in Greek proverbial material. 3 registers of this proverb are found in the proverb archive of our center, while it is widely known and used even today. Πρώτα γεμίζει την καρδάρα και ύστερα την κλωτσά. First fills the churn and then he or she kicks it. Η γελάδα, άμα την αρμέξουνε, δίνει μια κλωτσά στην καρδάρα και χύνει το γάλα. The cow, when milked, gives a kick in the churn and spills the milk. Σαν τη γελάδα με την καρδάρα, μια κλωτσιά της δίνει και τη χύνει. Like the cow with the churn, who gives it a kick and spills it. The last variation, using the simile, refers to a myth. Dimitrios Loukatos considers it to be a narrative parimyomythos, while the interpretation given is the following: for those who in the end destroy their work or reputation. A variation from Crete that is part of the similatory parimyomythos is also interesting. Αυτός κάνει σαν την αίγα που την αρμέγουνε και με μια ανεποδαριά χύνει το γάλα. He acts like the goat, which is being milked, and with a kick pours the milk. Finally, the reference to the flea in the tall tale and the fact that 40 occats of skin and 30 occats of fat came out of scratching it refers to another well-known modern Greek folk proverb, sweat out from the fly. The proverb is well known, which explains the number of entries in the proverb archive. Some of the most important variations of the proverb are the following. Ζητάει από τη μύγα ξύγκι, από τη βδέλα κόκαλα και από ακριβό καλόγερο παρά από το πουγγί του. He or she asks sweat from the fly, bones from the lick, and from a rich monk money from his pouch. Από τη μύγα σπλήνα, spleen out of the fly. Από τη μύγα θέλει να πάρει άλυμα. From the fly wants to get grease. Από το μέρμιγκα πετσί και από τη μύγα ξύγκι. Skin from the ant and fat from the fly. Γυρεύει από λαγό τυρί και από κουνούπι ξύγκι. He looks for cheese from the rabbit and fat from the mosquito. In all the variants above, what is emphasized is profiteering, greed, and avarice, concepts that are symbolized through animals: fly, ant, mosquito, flea, with their main characteristic being their small size. Finally, the quote by Nikolaos Politis of a funny song from the island of Simi, which we also find in a much newer recording, is very interesting. The song goes like this. I'll catch a mosquito. I'm going to get all the fat out of it, and with the fat I will paint a boat. I painted a boat. I painted 2 ships, and still had 50 pounds of fat left over. Therefore, the proverbial metaphor becomes a surreal image, in this case as well, and at the same time the liberation of the imagination leads to the creation of a new oxymoron. Not only do they get fat from the flea, but they also use it to paint ships. As we have seen, these proverbs, modified of course, correspond to several of the Greek variants of pseudology contests of this type. We have also identified a Greek variant with similar episodes where the narrator adds to the image of the flea kicking the milk churn a well-known and still widely used proverbial phrase, for the flea's lip. So, the liar says, 500 large wooden cups were filled in a row, one close to the other. And as I stooped to the first one to drink milk, a flea jumped out of my collar and hit with a rush on the lips of the churn and overturned it. And it hit on the other and the other on others, and so all the 500 were also overturned, and all the milk was spilled by a flea's lip. The small size of the flea, from which of course no fat or grease can come out, is therefore also used in another proverbial expression for a flea's lip. The expression refers to something done for a trivial reason. In fact, in our proverb archive, there is a variant that refers to this very thing. Καυγάς για ψήλου πήδημα. Fight over a flea's lip. Therefore, small size is equated with insignificance. So, the existence of proverbs in tall tales brings to the fore the wider question of the use of proverbs in narrative genres. This fact, in turn, raises various questions, with the most important being what the function of proverbs in the context of the narrative is. In order to answer such questions, one must consider what the function of the genres of folkspieles are, what a genre conventionally does. The proverb in particular, according to Archer Taylor, summarizes a situation, passes a judgment, or offers a course of action. It is a consolation in difficulties, large and small, and a guide when a choice must be made. It expresses a morality suited to the common man. In the presented reference texts, the proverbs are fully integrated into the narrative, to such an extent that they do not seem to function as intertexts, as no paratextual markers are used. In fact, such is the extent of the inclusion of proverbs in the text that they are essentially implied, as they are widely known. Therefore, they maintain their semiotic function due to their memorization and easy recall. But what is particularly impressive is that proverbs, although their main typological characteristic is metaphor, are used literally. This is because while image and metaphor are necessary conditions in order to have a proverb, in our case, the image is not used metaphorically, referring to something else, to a different situation, but is conceived literally. This is because proverbs obey the conventions and purposes of the specific narrative plot, emphasizing the absurd as they function in a surrealistic way. Essentially, it is a verbal game that moves between literalness and metaphor. So, in our case, it is an upside-down, inverted, surreal world that emerges where the impossible becomes possible. Widespread traditional proverbs are modified to fit the plot. Therefore, the reverse course of the one regarding the proverb creation is observed, a course from figurative to literal meaning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Georgios. It was a kind of fascinating and we can say at the same time most scientific presentation. So it's a pleasure to announce the next speaker, Lucia Dolezalova. Yeah, am I right? In the presentation, thank you. From Charles University, Czech Republic. Her topic is medieval proverbs on things not being what they seem to be. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and the whole Czech group is enjoying this very much. We are very grateful to Rui and Marinella for the whole organization. Today I would like to come back to the same collection of proverbs and idioms I talked about 2 years ago. We are still working with Michal Kovář on the book, and it will eventually happen, and we will bring it here and celebrate it with you. But it's not today that day when we can present it. What I will present now is a little bit incongruous set of ideas, and I will be really grateful for your input. So far, it's many more questions than answers, unfortunately. So just briefly to the collection, it's actually the oldest Slavic collection of proverbs and idioms. It survives in a sole manuscript. It's called Proverbia Flaškonis, so it is called Proverbs in theory, and Flaška is the supposed author. But Flaška also means a bottle, so it has been suggested that it's not an actual name, but just a nickname. These proverbs are very obscure, and it shows very nicely the distance between the Middle Ages and today. It also shows what we discussed in the morning, whether proverb die. Maybe proverbs don't die, but certainly they are not very alive. So we don't understand them. We don't know what exactly is meant, to what reality they correspond in many, not all, of the cases in this particular collection. So very obscure, very metaphorical, and not only proverbs, also idioms. You can actually browse now through the manuscript, thanks to my students who put it online and edit some text. So there is a link I can also share with you. So what struck me about this collection is the fact that there are really many proverbs and expressions about things not being what they seem. Various types of misunderstandings, difficulties of communication. There is really a lot. It seems like the governing element of this collection. I put just a few examples and I will only read them in the English translation. A frog thinks it is golden, a doe thinks it is bold, a wolf thinks it is sharp-nosed, a hedgehog thinks it is curly-haired. So this is typical, like self-perception being different than the perception from the outside. I went to the woods to pick mushrooms. To me, they were mushrooms, but I collected splinters. To me, gingerbread, I ate a shoe sole. So again, you mistake reality. You don't get what things actually are. You are showing me a window and I see a door. You can immediately think of many interpretations, right? It can also be about escape, or it can have different possibilities. You mean grass, but it is vegetables. Again, very typical, I think, everywhere with all types of... but again, there is some reality, and your perception of the reality is not corresponding to that. And the final one, that we are already getting farther from the actual things not being what they seem. But again, a very typical type. You long for honey, but spill beer. So that's not that honey is beer, but again, there is some sort of aim, and then it gets misguided, or it ends up differently than what you wanted. So I looked into the Matti Kusi's typology to search in what different categories we can find these examples of things not being what they seem to be. The primary one is the C, the basic observation and sociologic, because it is primarily about discerning the world, right? To see the things as they are, not to mistake something for something else, what it is not. And what is in red are exactly those types. Misleading signals, or the difference in appearance and the internal values. So it looks different from the outside than it is inside, things are not as they appear, etc., etc. But what you see not in red is, in fact, many more categories about proverbs, about things being what they are. Okay? X will always be an X. If it behaves like an X, it is probably an X. Etc., etc. So it's actually much more, it seems much more productive in the proverb context to confirm the identity of things rather than focus on the confusions. The other categories are less frequent for what I am looking for, but obviously it will also be part of social interaction type of proverbs. So one's own perception being contrasted with other people's perception, right? That's it's a huge group, and also coping and learning. So precaution. So you should always be alert. Something may seem harmless, but in fact it may harm you. So it's again a bit about this topic, right? Something seems like something, but in fact it is something else. So this is my own I'm sorry. I see. Again, I made the same mistake of not moving the PowerPoint. So, very sorry. This is the C category, right? So the red is the less productive about the confusion, and the black is the more productive about things being what they are, right? You can tell something by an aspect of it, or if it behaves like that, it is like that. And this is the perception, so this is the social interaction on the one hand, and then coping and learning, taking precautions in identifying the outside world. And I will try to go on pushing this. So this is my own summary, that you have, like, on the one hand, the idea of stability of the world. X is always X, or if something has aspect of X, it is an X. And on the other hand, of course, contrasting proverbs, X is not X. And don't think if it has the aspect of X that it has to be an X, right? So the prototypes, you tell fire by smoke, or not everything that glitters is gold. But the second one with the confusion, it has all these other possibilities, the difference between outside and inside, behavior and essence, perception by one against perception by somebody else. But then I thought, just like we heard also this morning, that it is in fact a quality of Proverbs in general that they are incongruous, that they violate our normal perception. So already things being Proverbs is something that makes you pause and wonder, that it's something you feel that it will not just have its face value, it will have some deeper meaning. So we are already in a category that is about things not being what they seem when we just talk about Proverbs, right? We always feel, no, that it just cannot be just this. It has to be something else. We have to think deeper. But the point here today is what might be the functions for this type of Proverbs on things not being what they seem to be, and whether there is some difference between the Middle Ages and today. So that was it is very simplified approach, of course, but it was first my idea when I read these flashcast Proverbs. I thought it presents a world where you cannot rely on anything, because all the things are presented as something else in the end. You think it is something, but it's something else. You make all these mistakes. You go somewhere, you want something, you get something different, etc., etc. So I just wondered whether it can be explained, whether there is some shift in perception between today and the Middle Ages. And these are the possible reasons or functions of this sort of Proverbs that I could come up with. So the most obvious one is a warning, right? Most obviously, most frequently, you use this type of proverb to say, take care, okay? It looks like a sheep, but it may be a wolf, etc., etc. So it really tries to give you practical advice, warn you, make you a little bit anxious, not very trusting. But it may also not have this evaluative function. It can just point to the fact that the world is complicated. It just doesn't have to try to make you scared, but just say, look, it's not easy, it's all confused. And the communication is difficult. It may also just try to tell you, be careful, because people have their own minds and they have their own interpretation. And if you speak to somebody, don't expect we are on the same page. Don't expect that they understand the words exactly the way you understand them. And finally, pointing to the language, that the language is tricky, right? The language itself is unreliable, not the world behind it, but the words we are using are difficult to deal with. And this led me, so this is about the last point, the point about the language, okay? So what actually happens when we say X is X? And what actually happens when we say X is not X, right? And in a way, this tautology is also, when you say love is love, you also feel like, okay, this would be stupid if it was just that, so it makes you wonder what is meant. But at the same time, you may choose just to agree, right? It is a nice harmonizing sentence. We can all agree love is love. We can all agree that the chair is a chair. So it is sort of peaceful, unlike the idea when things are not what they seem, because then it really creates sort of anxiety about communication, about the world, about the reference between the words and their meanings. I give only one example. It's a biblical example. It's my favorite sentence to show how our brain works when it encounters repetition. So I will read the whole sentence. It's from Deuteronomy. If you perceive that there be among you a hard and doubtful matter in judgment between blood and blood, cause and cause, leprosy and leprosy, and you see that the words of the judges within your gates do vary, arise and go up to the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. So here they say there is a difference between blood and blood, okay? There are few things between which there is such little difference than blood and blood, okay? Cause and cause. So, but when you hear difference between, the expectation is X and Y, but you hear X and X, so what? So you see, okay, yes, it's true, there is not blood and blood, there is not cause and cause, there is not leprosy and leprosy. It is possible to disagree. In fact, I think this is something what is extremely relevant today. We wonder whether we should call some conflicts wars, whether we should call some groups terrorists. And it is whether we should speak about male and female or whether we should speak about something else. So it is it is a source of anxiety, right? Whether we call things by their name or not. So what I thought before was that we don't actually believe so much in objective reality. We are very well aware of the fact that language is a bit random. So it's random that we call chair and chair, chair the chair, etc., etc. That there is this just sign. It's a sign, but it does not have some internal value. Unlike in the Middle Ages, where etymology is very productive. It's really as if they believe that the actual letters from which the word consists have meaning, that they are related to the essence of that thing. But in fact, when I just searched the newspapers, I felt that we are actually very, very anxious and we want things to be referred to by their names. So this is the thing. How do we understand today calling things by their name? Calling spade a spade, or all these other jokes. Do we believe that things have correct names, that there is a real correspondence and we should insist on that? Or are we giving up on that? And so finally, to get back to the beginning, is there a difference between the Middle Ages and today? Do they have or we have bigger trust in correct names? Do they have or we have bigger trust in objective reality and possibility to understand that? In the case of Flaška, there are other things at play. His collection is in vernacular at a time when Latin is still dominant. So he may also have been influenced by the fact that a new language is becoming literary. So it is much more experimental. You are testing the words in a way. So it might also reflect this, that he is testing how they refer to reality, and then as a result, this collection shows this negotiation of the meaning and of the referencing value. Also, many people before me, including Foucault, said that in the Middle Ages, the big difference was that they felt surrounded by signs to be interpreted. So in the Middle Ages, the world as created by God is encrypted. It's a big code that you are supposed to interpret. So that would be defining their relationship to reality, and that would also result in this sort of negotiating or being very conscious about how words correspond to reality or how to deal with reality at all. But in the end, Flaška's proverbs are primarily playful. So there is no anxiety created by these differences between what things seem to be and what they actually are. It is much more playing. It does not threaten you. Well, eating a shoe sole might be a bit uncomfortable, but if you pick up splinters instead of mushrooms, that's not such a big deal. You can use very well the splinters, right? Also, so all these proverbs I showed and all the others, they don't create some problem. It's just some conception, some sort of mistake, but it's not heavy in any way. So all what I said today might have been a huge overinterpretation, and I'm sorry about that. There are families, and there are differences between families and families, but I am very happy to be part of this one as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia, for your just very interesting and amazing presentation. And I invite both of you, Georges, also Lucia, here to the armchairs, because we are going to have just interesting discussion. And if you have any questions or comments, you're welcome. Okay, Lisa, please.
Thank you, and thank you for all of you, and you also there in Greece and Uzbekistan. So one thing that was common for these was the metaphorical. But I want to point out that all lack of Johnson metaphor is not the only one. It was quite many things that could be put either to Donald Davidson's one-word metaphor. It means that everything has only the literal meaning, and it is also a metaphor. Metaphor theories are quite many. And then also the possible word semantics metaphor, it gives a lot to the storytelling and like that, because both of you made it was like in Alice in Wonderland. It is true and it is not true. And the rules in just in possible word semantics, they are stipulated. There are rules, but they are stipulated, and it can be used. It can with that you can explain things. And Donald Davidson, he's mostly forgotten in linguistics, but in logic, in philosophy, it is one of those metaphor theories. So I checked a couple of theories and tried to find something that I could use there. So don't say that they are, please don't always use the lack of Johnson. I know that it is the most well-known, but everything is like everything. The life is like a glass of water, half empty or not empty. It is an empty sentence. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Lisa. Irina once, yeah.
I would like to react to Lucy's presentation. Thank you very much. It was very interesting as usual. And you are working with the medieval texts. Some years ago, there was an experiment in Russia trying asking to the young school children to explain a poem of Pushkin, which is not let's say, so old Russian language. It's maybe 200 years ago. And they didn't understand the word, so absolutely misinterpreted. And the meaning of the nouns was unknown, because the subjects, the clothes, do not exist anymore. And the meaning of the verbs, it's completely different in nowadays. So my idea to you is, I'm also practicing translator. Maybe you can try to translate or to compare the text of the Proverbs to other Slavic languages. Try it, because it can bring absolutely new meaning, maybe a constant meaning, and so maybe it can help you. Not into English or, I don't know, very different language, but compare it to that language. And my feeling about Flashka and his Proverbs that he was joking and he is playing, and now he is very happy in the heaven seeing us and thinking that it was successful.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, that's an option, and that he was just joking, as I tried to mention as well. But thank you also for the suggestion. We are trying to look for parallels wherever we can. So definitely, we don't.
just try to translate it into another language, as for example in the word which is in Russian means beauty, in Polish means beauty, in Russian means ugly. It's absolutely different meaning. So you can be surprised by the word that you cannot understand in his language. Maybe at that age it was a completely different meaning.
Yeah, thank you.
Does anyone has got comment or a question? While others are thinking, let me give my own thoughts. I had a kind of huge amount of thoughts on every presentation today. So let's begin from Khurshida. She has given about information about how Abdullah Avlani used in his books, and we call this period classic literature. She's very good at literature. I mean, she's a literature lecturer. So in classic literature, we usually enjoy when we hear such kind of beautiful words and expressions, and at the same time, proverbial expressions. So that is why usually while we're trying to use kind of state language in Uzbekistan, we try to use their ways of word usage, and it becomes a person good fluent user of the Uzbek language. And that's why I want to just express my gratitude to Mrs. Khurshida that discloses the beauty of our classic literature. And Lucy, I also want to give an extra just ideas. Maybe it will be a kind of object of another research. So what I want to say sometimes, maybe let's say many times, people use proverbs or proverbial expressions in sarcastic way too, as an irony, yeah? So in that case, yeah, X is X or X is not X may even refer very opposite meaning. And this is why, in my humble opinion, I comprehend that every person has got his or her own perceiving cognition progress. I mean, if I don't want to perceive, even my friends are speaking something, I'll not perceive. It is a kind of mind-blowing fact. But still, how we just get or perceive the meaning of any kind of word at the same time proverbs, because they reflect complex meanings. So we usually perceive what we want, usually. And so that is why it is how do we use right now, and as you said, in Middle Ages. But I was so happy that I learned new ideas about Slavian, just Czech language and the usage in Middle Ages. And at the same time, with the roots of Latin languages, yeah? Georges, I have also a comment and one more question, if you don't mind. Yeah, it was lovely because it is my first time to hear about tall tales. Interesting term. And I have found similar things in my own language also. But I faced one term and I couldn't have any idea. Maybe you will help me to just know about it more. Paremio something like that. If I have mistake to pronounce it, I'm so sorry. Yeah, what kind of thing is it I'm interested in? Yeah.
Okay. Parimiomythos is a term introduced by a very well-known and respectable Greek folklorist, Dimitrios Loukatos, who was a parimiologist, mainly in Greece, and he wrote a book about modern Greek parimiomythi, in plural. Okay, it is a word that consists of two words, parimia, which means proverb, and mythos, which means myth. So it means that a proverb, in many cases, is the result of a myth. That many proverbs are resulted from myths. So it's a term, I didn't try to translate it because I think that there is not an equivalent English translation, but I think that both words parimia and mythos are quite universal, so you can understand what it is about.
Yeah, I guess it, what does it mean, but I wanted to know who was the founder, who was just first used, that's why,
At least in Greece, Dimitrios Loukatos.
Yeah, Dimitrios Loukatos.
And he has written a book in 1972.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anyone have any comment? We have time, if you want. Okay, Auti.
Thank you. I was quite impressed of those, all of you, and you also. So the important thing in churches presentation was also this, that maybe we spoke about this before, about these Proverbs in those tall tales can be inside there, because normally we are kind of used to this, that a proverb is in the end like a punct, that it is kind of a summary of what we should learn. But this is very interesting, that it is kind of a mixture of those genres, and then also about those exaggerating, because in many proverbs, if you look at those Kuusi system, there are really many examples of this exaggerating and think about it. What are the functions of this? And why are we using these kind of exaggerations? And like the chains, how chains that they become more and more like that. And maybe it's also about the social situation when you test the other person, who tell about, and then first try to tell kind of a lie, and then more and more, I don't know. And then about these Lucy's, it was really great, just this, to think about this, that if you say war is war, it can be kind of proverbial saying, proverb like this, boys are boys, or war is war. So we just like a fatal thing that it is always like that. But if there are proverbs which could be that there are wars and wars, it is really different thing. And about these definitions, really nowadays. And what else? Of course, I'm interested in this. You use this Matti Kuusi system and this classification, and how did, because it is made for that you must make the cross references between these classes, and you even got new classification for that. Thanks.
Thank you, dear Oti, for your thoughts. Very interesting. Okay, do we have any person who wants to speak? If there is no, let's move to the then diploma time. Yeah, ceremony. Okay. It is for me, first one. It is for Khurshida Jalilova. I will bring it to Uzbekistan here. It is for Georgios Serpis and Emanuela Katrinaki. Just separate two ones. I do hope you will not lose and just give here, okay? And it is for Lucy. Congratulations. Just a minute. Yeah. After lunch, we will continue the working. Enjoy your meal.
because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Sinto-me em casa e isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galera Tavira é o máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galera Tavira é o máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galeta vira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galera Tavira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
em casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galeta vira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até o Vila Galeta Vira é o máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
casa. E isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Quando viajamos, queremos trazer mais do que aquilo que levamos. E para isso apuramos os nossos sentidos. Vemos outras paisagens. Sorrisos diferentes. História. Experimentamos novos sabores. Os tradicionais em cada local. Percebendo a sua origem. Cheiramos outras essências. As que nos fazem sentir bem. Ouvimos sons que nem sempre fazem parte da nossa rotina. Sentimos-nos mais próximos de quem mais gostamos. Dê sentido à sua vida. Vila Galé, sempre perto de si.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Até ouvir a galera Tavira é um máximo, os animadores também, a piscina, os quartos, tudo.
A localização de facto é muito central, facilita-me a acessibilidade quer para a Ilha de Tavira, quer para o centro da cidade.
There was a children's club, so if the children are happy, I'm happy.
Because the kids club's got good entertainment and it's lots of fun and the people are really nice.
Gosto da disponibilidade das pessoas que cá trabalham, estão sempre disponíveis para ajudar-nos e estão sempre aqui para nós. Qualquer problema que nós tenhamos, eles estão lá sempre.
Sinto-me em casa e isso é uma sensação que não há dinheiro nenhum no mundo que pague.
car. John doesn't want to go home. He's hoping he can stay for another few days.
Vou ter saudades da cidade, vou ter saudades da piscina, da comida também, que é muito boa aqui.
Recomendo todas as pessoas a virem aqui.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let us start the afternoon session. We have a pleasure to listen to our first speaker, Irina Zimoni-Kalinina, several times at our colloquium. This time she's going to talk about the function of Proverbs in a famous play by the Russian-Ukrainian writer Nikolai Gogol. So please, Irina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Please put on the PowerPoint presentation, okay? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy to be with you this year too, and the years before. And today I'm going to speak about a funny thing, a comedy written by Nikolai Gogol, The Inspector General. This is an attempt to analyze the classic play from a paramological and phraseological point of view in Russian and also in Portuguese. The Inspector General, also known as the government inspector, in Russian it's called Revizor, is a satirical play by Nikolai Vasilievich Gogol, who published this satiric piece in 1836. And this play places a mirror against the human vices, greed, stupidity, and corruption in the contemporary society. Here we see the quotation from a researcher who's I will not read out the Russian text, okay? The Inspector General is the best Russian comedy, both in reading and on stage. It is always interesting. The dramatic intrigue of this play is as follows. The mayor or the governor of provincial Russian no-name town received an informal message that an auditor from St. Petersburg would arrive in incognito to control the activities of the town's officials. The mayor and all of men in office are aware of their shortcomings.
Scared by this bad surprise, they take by Inspector Klestakov, a young man staying in the local inn and trying to gain his goodwill by generous hospitality and even offering money. Klestakov takes full advantage of this misunderstanding, enjoys his stay in the city, accepts loans, the money, from city officials, proposes marriage to the mayor's daughter, and then escapes. Before leaving the city, he writes a letter to his friend in St. Petersburg, describing in a very poisonous manner the vices of city officials. The postmaster, as is his custom, opens this letter, so the postmaster reads all the letters, and reads it out when all the comedy characters gather at the mayor's house. At the very end, city officials receive, this time, official notice that a real inspector general has arrived. So this is the story of the play. Gogol's idea was to make it feel that the city depicted in the comedy exists in any place in Russia, and the passions and vices of officials are in the soul of many people. This is the meaning of Mayer's famous remark made at the end of the play, "What are you laughing at? You are laughing at yourselves." Facing the audience, so he pronounces this phrase, facing the audience, because there is no one laughing on the stage at that time. The Inspector General has been translated into many languages, such as Bulgarian, Chinese, Czech, Finnish, French, English, Hungarian, German, Persian, Portuguese, Serbian. In conformity with the text of this work contains proverbs and authors' witty sayings. The latter, in the meantime, became winged expressions. In Portugal, we found two translations of the comedy, one by Gaspar Simões and issued in 1963, and another made by Nina Guerra and Felipe Guerra in 2009. The most popular Brazilian translation is by Augusto Boal and Gianfrancesco Guarneri, published in 1976. In this study, we give an overview of the proverbs and phraseological units of Gogol's Inspector General, their translation in Portuguese, and give a brief overview of the staging of this comedy in Portugal and Brazil. For the Portuguese version, we used the Brazilian translation due to its availability. It was quite difficult for me to receive the book from Portugal, which has arrived just now in Budapest, but I couldn't use it until now. So, I'm afraid that we'll have no time to overview the phraseological units because my presentation is quite lengthy, and please, Michal, alert me about the time limit, okay? So, in this chapter, we present proverbs inserted by Gogol into the text of the comedy, emphasizing that all of them are included either in the Russian parameological minimum or in dictionaries of proverbs. The first viewers of his play reproached Gogol for allegedly distorting reality. That's why, 6 years after the publication of the comedy, he decided to add an epigraph, and it is a proverb. Don't blame the mirror if your face is crooked. In Portuguese version, there is a little translation of the proverb, a culpa não é do espelho se a cara é torta. So it's not the mirror's fault if your face is crooked. This proverb would be considered as a message to that time society. In the 8th scene of the 4th act, Klestakov, the so-called Inspector General, uses a proverb to characterize Tepichkin, his friend from St. Petersburg, to whom he sent a letter. As for Tepichkin, for sure, if he gets his teeth in anyone, beware, he won't spare his own father for a sharp word, and he loves money too. This proverb, for the sake of a sharp word, he will not spare his own father, is included in the very old Dictionary of Russian Proverbs from 1864, but we can meet it in the modern media discourse too. In the Portuguese version, we see a compensation of this rhyming proverb by a rhyming sentence. Pobre de quem caem aos maus de Tepichkin para fazer uma piada, não tem piedade nem do próprio pai. Literally, poor person who falls into the Trapitchkin's hands to make a joke, he doesn't even have mercy on his own father. In the fifth act of the piece is especially abundant in Proverbs. The mayor and his family, inspired by the promise of Lestakov to marry Maria, the mayor's daughter, share with the guests their ambitions for the future. The seventh scene of this act contains a whole conversation composed of Bible quotation and proverbs. Okay. Mayor. Yes, I admit, gentlemen, I damn naturally want to be a general. Luka Lukic, one of the guests. God give you to get it. Rastakovsky, another guest. From man it is impossible, but from God everything is possible. Amos Fedorovich. Big ship, big sailing. And there is a parallel of this saying in English, a great ship asks deep waters. Artemy Filipovich. Honor according to merits. Rastakovsky reacts to the word of Mayor, quoting the Gospel of Matthew, and Jesus, looking upon them, said, with men it is impossible, but not with God. For with God all things are possible. Okay. Now I turn to the Portuguese translation replaces this biblical quotation by international proverb, o homem poe, Deus dispõe, man proposes, God disposes, which is in Russian also exists. The other guests join Rastakovsky quoting Proverbs. Big ship, big sailing, a great ship asks deep waters. In Portuguese, we see a literal translation of this proverb, para uma grande barco, grande travessias. In the following sentence, in the Portuguese translation, we see a proverbial parallel. Honor according to merit, literary, and in Portuguese we see a Caesar, o que é de Caesar, which is a proverb of biblical origin. Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's, as Matthew 22:21, which compensates in Portuguese the missing proverb. The final sentence of this sense includes a fragment of a popular proverb announced by an anonymous lady guest, which expresses bad criticism and envy towards mayor's wife. So the lady guest says, yes, she has always been like this. I know her. Seat her at the table and her legs will be ... The entire proverb is place a pig at the table, its legs are on the table. In this case, the translator again replaces the original proverb by an international parallel. Eu conheço esta velha, ela sempre foi assim. Mostra-lhe dedo, ela engole a mão. This Portuguese proverb sounds like, dá-o, deixa o dedo ao vilão porque te tomará a mão. Literally, show her a finger, she swallows the hand. In the eighth scene of the same act, the mayor, shocked by his own credulity or even stupidity, as she took by government expecting somebody else, agrees with the proverb. This is true. If God wants to punish, he will first take away the mind. This proverb comes from Latin, which I cannot read out, sorry, which literally means those whom God wishes to destroy, he first deprives of reason. In the Portuguese text, there is a literary translation of this proverb. É assim mesmo, quando Deus quer nos castigar, começa por nos tirar o raciocínio. Literally means it's like this. When God wants to punish us, he starts by taking away our reasoning. The closing scene of the comedy is a mute scene of the same act. The mayor, shocked by his... a mute scene. Horrified by the news of the real inspector's arrival, the personages stay motionless on the stage. In the author's instructions to the scene, we read, the judge, with his arms outstretched, crouched almost to the ground, and with his lips moved as he wanted to whistle or say, this St. George Day went wrong, Grandma. Why St. George Day? St. George Day was established in Russia in 1897 by Tsar Ivan III and was celebrated on December 9, before the abolition of serfdom. Many peasants were waiting for St. George Day because only on that day it was possible to move from one landowner to another. Who exactly cancelled St. George Day at the legislative level remains unclear. This proverb expresses disappointment. The peasant and his family spent the whole year saving up funds to settle accounts with the hated owner and to go under the patronage of a more human one. And then he was told that he was not allowed to go anywhere. So in Portuguese we read: O juiz, como os braços apertos, quando sentada no chão, é como um monumento nos lábios, como se quisesse assoviar ou exclamar: estamos diante do juízo final. Literally, the judge with his arm open, almost sitting on the ground, and with the movement of his lips, it was as he wanted to whistle or to exclaim, we are facing the final judgment. The original Russian proverb expresses disappointment, disillusion, while the Portuguese translation reflects a much stronger feeling, a hopeless despair. How much time I have?
10 minutes.
5? 10? Okay, then we can go to a little bit to the phraseological units. The text of the comedy is preceded by a description of the appearance and costumes of the characters. The main character of the comedy, Ivan Alexandrovich Khrestakov, the young man taken by inspector, is introduced as a skinny, thin young man of about 23, rather stupid, being, as they say, without a tsar in his head. The origin of the expression without a tsar in his head, meaning stupid, reckless, imprudent person, is associated with the proverb, everyone has his own tsar in his head, where the mind in his head is compared with the tsar in the state, or as a result of the fragmentation of the proverb, the own mind is the tsar in one's head. In Portuguese translation at our disposal, these instructions are missing. The opening phrase of the play itself became a winged expression in Russian. I have called you together, gentlemen, to let you know a very unpleasant news. There is a government inspector coming. The word in Russian, пренеприятно, very unpleasant, stylistically is an archaic one, and its appearance in the modern discourse is not by chance limited to the fixed expression from the Gogol's play. Here you can see the links to the different articles using the same expression as in Gogol's play. I will not read it out, but anyway, so you can see that it is used in the modern language. The second half of the same phrase, there is a government inspector coming, is included in the big dictionary of Russian sayings. Warning regarding an upcoming inspection, about the arrival of an important person. Words of the mayor, but with the indication that this expression is coming from this comedy. In the Portuguese version, we see a literal translation. Meus senhores, chamei-os aqui para lhes dar uma notícia muito desagradável. É iminente a chegada de inspector. I called you here to give you some very unpleasant news. The arrival of an inspector is imminent. No, this one. Scared by an unexpected revision, the city officials speak openly about their vices and bring up excuses. The local judge says, I tell everyone openly that I take bribes, but what bribes? Greyhound puppies. This is a completely different matter. The expression take greyhound puppies as bribes is included in the big dictionary of Russian sayings, marked as ironic, meaning that to take bribes, meanwhile the one taking bribes says in his own defense that he takes bribes not in money, but in kind. In the Portuguese translation, the hunting dog breed, greyhound, is replaced by another hunting dog breed, pointer. Maybe the Portuguese reader is more acquainted with, or Brazilian reader is more acquainted with this breed and is better aware of its value. Eu, por exemplo, eu digo abertamente a todo mundo que sou subordinava-te, recebe propinas. Mas que classe de propinas? Quais perdigueiros? Isso já é outra coisa. So I, for example, openly tell everyone that I can be bribed. I receive bribes, but what kind of bribes? Pointer dogs, or that's something else. Okay, this. Okay. I want. Okay, I will skip this one. Slide 17. This is a nice one. In the third act, the trustee of the charity institutions tries to convince those present about the effectiveness of his work. And he says, since I took over the leadership, it may even seem incredible to you that everyone has been recovering like flies. There is a modification of an idiom, die like flies, which means die in large numbers. In Portuguese, we read, desde que eu fui nomeado para o cargo de diretor de hospital, sei que isso pode parecer incrível, todos os doentes se curam, num abrir e fechar de olhos, como moscas. So which means, since I was appointed to the position of director of the hospital, and I know this may seem incredible, all patients are cured in the blink of an eye, like flies. Although the idiom morrer como moscas, like die like flies, is known in Portuguese. So we have examples of the use of this idiom. The translators deemed it important to compensate this idiom by another one, num abrir e fechar de olhos, in the blink of an eye. Okay? Then we can see the phrase that I already mentioned when the mayor at the end of the play said that, whom are you laughing at? You are laughing at yourself. And at the end, I will show you the adaptation of this place in Portugal. In Portugal, this comedy premiered on January of 1965 on the occasion of inauguration of the Teatro Vilaret in Lisbon. At the time, it was titled Dendron Impostor. It returned to the scene in 2009 with the group Abaraca in Teatro Cinearte, Lisbon, Santos, staged by Maria do Céu Guerra. Later performances of the government inspector in other cities in Portugal, you can see on the slide, Cartaxo in 2014, Coimbra in 2024 in March, Santarém in 2023, this year in July. Then, a tradução brasileira mais in Brazil, there are famous productions by Teatro da Arena in 1966 and by Grupo Galpão under the direction of Paulo José. The adaptation and production by Gerson Steves also became popular in São Paulo with actress Mara Carvalho in the cast. Copywriter and poet Roberto Prado adapted the play published in 2005 for the Teatro and Prosa collection. In the work, Roberto Prado recreates Gogol's masterpiece in the form of a novel. It was also created in 1974 by the real group Asdrubal Tros et Trombone. I will read the conclusions. In our research, we examined from the perimological and phraseological point of view the comedy of Gogol, the government inspector, published and first put on stage in 1836. The author not only included in this play traditional Russian proverbs and sayings, but also created witty expressions which continued their existence in the language as idioms. We can trace the use of such idioms either in other literary works or in the modern media discourse. Several Portuguese translations and multiple theatre adaptations in Portugal and Brazil of Gogol's The Government Inspector proves its popularity in the Lusophone world. We reviewed the solutions applied by the translations Augusto Boal and Gianfrancesco Guarneri to transmit the sense of Russian proverbs and phraseological units. To solve this complex translational challenge, translators used the means of literal translation, proverbial parallels, method of compensation, or sometimes simply skipped the translation of original phraseological unit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker of this afternoon session is the famous scholar Jonathan Roper from the famous University of Tartu. And he is about to bring a paper on Alfred the Great as a paremiographer, which is for me personally quite a new information because I have known Alfred the Great only from his vivid accounts on the old Lithuanians and the old Samis. Besides, he was quite successful and sophisticated defender against the Normans. So please, Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here in Tevere once again. Out of the frozen north to the warm south, but I'm going to take you today back in the past to the medieval damp fields of Wessex. But before I do, I just want to share with you something that happened at breakfast. I was going to get my coffee and a woman comes up and she says, "Can you speak German?" I said, "No, yes." Say, "Did I see you last year?" "Yes." "You're here at a meeting?" "Yes." "It is parapsychology." No, so paremiology, I explained to her as best as I could. And was Alfred a paremiologist? Well, we'll find out in the course of the next half hour. But I suppose looking round the world today and looking at the various leaders of the world, we don't necessarily associate them with wisdom. To mention no names. But in the past, if we have collections of proverbs, they're often ascribed to a ruler. The ruler is the sage. So, I suppose the classical example is Solomon in the book of Proverbs in the Bible. But there are many other examples. If we think about Cato the Elder, the distiches of Cato, as we say in English, he wasn't an emperor, but he was a censor and a magistrate. He was one of the ruling class in Rome. Proverbs also ascribed to Charlemagne and to Alfred, the text retrospectively known as the Proverbs of Alfred, which is what I'm going to talk about today. Well, the historical Alfred lived in the 9th century. That's an image how people in the 17th century thought he might have looked, with his crown and beard and robe, looking quite 17th century. But if we look at a coin, a contemporaneous coin, maybe this gives us a better idea of how Alfred looked. So Alfred is the only English king to have the sobriquet the Great after his name, partly for his campaign against the Danes who were invading, and also because of his program of literacy, attracting people to his court and translating works into English and into Latin. So he commissioned some translations, and he may have been the author of some translations himself. There's a debate amongst scholars, but it seems plausible that he translated the Consolations of Boethius, Consolations of Philosophy by Boethius, into English, into an interesting mixed verse and prose form, possibly also something of Augustine and maybe some of the Psalms. And he was also behind some other cultural products as well. Here you have the Alfred Jewel. Oops, how do I point. I'm not quite sure how I point, but anyway, maybe you can see Alfred Meech het gewerken. Alfred had me made, it says round. And this was probably the holder of a pointer which you'd read manuscripts with. The pointing part is lost, just the jewel. The jewel remains. So Alfred was successful against the Danes, but then some people from Norway who settled in northern France, French speakers, they took over England in the last third of the 11th century, the Normans, and use of English was not particularly popular at that time, but it seems, although the pre-Norman past was out of favour, it seems that amongst some communities, Alfred was remembered as a cultural hero. So if we think about a debate poem from the 13th century, The Owl and the Nightingale, there are two characters, well, maybe three. If you include the narrator as a character, then there are three characters. But the owl and the nightingale are having a debate, and both of them refer to Alfred as a source of authority. This is a copy of the manuscript here in Middle English. I'll read it to you, don't worry, I'll translate it into modern English. Voorzorg it is that said Alfred, ne me no strength jen red. For it's like, it's true what Alfred said, nothing has strength against intelligence or craft or cunningness. And one of the birds quotes Alfred, and the other bird also refers to Alfred, who always spoke with a true mouth. And also the narrator refers to Alfred. So there does seem, from other sources, to be some image of Alfred, retrospectively 3 centuries later, as a sage-like figure. So there is a text, which is my focus today, which is called, by scholars, it's called the Proverbs of Alfred. The holograph, the protograph, the original text is missing, but from linguistic evidence, it would seem to be the middle of the 12th century written. The surviving manuscripts are all from the succeeding century. Here's a stemma. You can see 01 would be the missing original text, and there are various copies. They're all preserved in repositories in the south of England, and it's appropriate because it's a southern English dialect in which it's written. The structure of the work is this. If we think about the poem falling into stanzas or verse paragraphs, then we can say that there's just over 30 of these stanzas. The first 5 set the scene at Seaford, which is a place on the south coast of England, where the king is meeting with his witain, with his advisors. Then there follow these 23, 24 stanzas where he gives proverbial advice to the people. And then in 2 of the 4 texts, there is a few stanzas where he's giving advice to his son. But those aren't in all of the texts, and they're in a different dialect. So when the Swedish scholar Olaf Arngart made his edition, he excluded them because he thought they were non-original. They were later editions. Arngart uses an interesting title. He doesn't use the conventional scholarly title, The Proverbs of Alfred. He uses the title Dicta Alfredi, the sayings of Alfred, what Alfred said, because it's not only proverb texts, but also some kind of reflections or homilies upon the proverbs that make up the text. What kind of topics does he talk about? He talks about typical medieval themes, the difficulty of life and the importance of persevering, the transience of wealth and how to put wealth to good use, the importance of being grateful to God, the usefulness of silence, avoiding arguments with fools and drunks, how to choose a wife. So it's aimed at a male audience, it doesn't tell you how to choose a husband. And how married life should be conducted. So, before we get on to the text itself, it's written in this transitional period where the French speakers are in charge and lots of influences are coming up from the south of Europe, including end rhyme. So before this time, the typical way that poems in English would be organized in terms of sound would be like they are in Finnish and Old Estonian, by alliteration. So here's an excerpt from proverbial text. There are quite a few proverbial texts from the medieval English. This is excerpt from a text which is called Maxims 1, and you can see highlighted in red in every line there are 2 or 3 words that begin with the same sound. And that's around the year 1000. Whereas if we take a text, part of the Canterbury Tales, from 400 years later, then you can see that the organisation is between lines and at the ends. So end rhyme, which we're familiar with. And this is true not only for text in general, but also for proverbial text. So this Maxims 1 text is alliterative, whereas already in 1250, so not very long after the manuscripts for this Alfredian poem survive, we have end rhyme. So given this context, what form, prosodic form, were the Proverbs of Alfred written in this period when alliteration is decreasing? Well, if we look at the opening, at Seivorde, Sete, Thenes, Mone, Fele bishops and Fele Bokelered, lots of book-learned people, Erles Brute, Knichters, Egriche. You can see SS, BB, EE, it's alliterative. So it's alliterative at a date when alliteration is disappearing. Perhaps this is a signal that it's a backwards-facing poem, a nostalgic poem, because this is the kind of verse form that Alfred would have used if he did use verse. So let's look at some examples from the text. Here we have stanza number 20. Each of the stanzas in this section of the text begin, it's very, very small, I'm sorry, there at the top. Thus quaith Alfred. It kind of reminds me of Thus spake Zarathustra. But thus quaith Alfred. Many apple is bricht withouten and bitter within, and many apple is bright on the outside and bitter on the inside. Then we get a discussion about this principle of deceptive exteriors. Oh yes, and as well as alliteration, we sometimes find a bit of rhyme at the end, so it's a transitional text prosodically as well, although it's largely alliterative. So here is the proverb. Maybe an apple is bright, I suppose we might say fine in modern English, or good, looks good on the outside. Then we get a kind of discussion of this. So is many a woman. Many a woman looks bright on the outside. In her father's bower, beautiful under sheets, Shene under shete, and yet she is shameful, as one example of this principle. And then a second example. So is many companion or companion at arms, military companion, good on a horse, bold by the fire, but worthless in need. So you can see why Arngart called them dicta rather than proverbs, because this is the proverbial part. In fact, we find lots of parallels to this. If we look at Whiting's Dictionary of Medieval English Proverbs, it's listed under A 155, which he gives the head term, an apple may be fair without and bad within. But we also find it in the standard Anglophone proverb collections, the ODEP, Skeat's collection of medieval proverbs, Tilley's collection of early modern proverbs. And it has a medieval Latin parallel, which I've reproduced at the bottom. But after, these kind of things are not proverbial, although they may use quite interesting language. They're not have the status of proverbs. And the same structure we find again. So here is stanza 15 about alcohol. Drunken and undrunken, evre is wisdom well gored. Drunk or sober, wisdom. Thank you. Drunk or sober, wisdom's ever best. And after that proverb that begins this stanza, we have a kind of discussion. Alfred says, the character in the poem called Alfred says, no one need drink the less if he be prudent. He's kind of ameliorating the force of the proverb. But he that drinks and is foolish about it is overcome, behaves deliriously. He shall lie far awake into the night. He shall sleep little. Sorrow will soak through him like salt soaks through meat. It will suck into his body like a leech sucks on his blood, and his morning sleep will be long. Whoever has drunk to excess the night before. So once again, you have a proverb, and then you have a discussion which opens it up, sometimes using quite metaphorical or figurative language, but not really being itself proverbial. And let me give you a final example. Quite a nice one. If you sorrow, say nothing to the evil man. Say it to your saddle bow and ride on singing. I thought this was really great. And perhaps it's even two proverbs. I had to look up what a saddle bow was. So a saddle, this bit at the front, this raised bit at the front, which sometimes can be the bit you could hold on to if there aren't any reins. So it's something which is keeping you upright and going forward. And is immaterial, has no ears. That's the one you should tell your sorrow to, not somebody who's potentially a rival or an enemy. And ride on singing. Very nice. And then this goes on, discussing the evil heart of the enemy. If the person doesn't know your situation, then he'll believe that you're content. But if you have grief and you tell it to the evil man, he'll console you to your face, but he'll revile you behind your back. You could tell it to such a person, and without any mercy, he'll wish you have more of it. Hide it in your heart. Conceal it from the evil person. Don't let them know what your heart's concerns are. So, 3 examples of stanzas from the Proverbs of Alfred. How does this work fit into the continuing tradition of medieval English Wisdom literature. Well, there's a collection slightly later, which I mentioned already, the Proverbs of Hending. Hending is very interesting title. Hending is not, Alfred is a historical figure. Hending isn't a historical figure. So Hending, perhaps the name comes from hende, someone who's handy, as we say, still in modern English colloquially, someone who's skillful, someone who's clever. And he's also described as being the son of Markolf, who's in these German proverb traditions as someone who's proverbially foolish. So that's quite a nice pair, that the son would be wise and the father would be foolish. Anyway, we find a similar thought in this collection, which is rhymes, you can see by the marking here. Never tell your foe a shame nor a harm that you're in. For if he can discover both day and night, he'll try to double them. Oh yes, and very nice ending. Never tell your foe that your foot aches. Perhaps there's the proverb. And at the end we get says Hending. So in the same way that alliteration is front-loaded and rhyme is end-focused, the tags which introduce these proverbs are respectively at the front or at the end of their proverbial stanzas. Well, this is the same thought, but it's not really the same proverb at all. I don't think we can see a connection. So it's giving us also, if we're interested in the history of prosody and the history of English literature, information independent of the main poems of what was happening about the changes in meter. So, some proverbs recorded in the 12th century attributed to a 9th century king. Did Alfred say any of the Proverbs of Alfred? I think it's unlikely that Proverbs would survive unchanged orally over 3 centuries. We might rather suppose that the Proverbs were fathered on him, like Proverbs fathered on Charlemagne. I mean, we might think, did Solomon utter the Proverbs which are in the book of Proverbs? But he's a prototypical sage-like figure, and this may be going on here. And yet there is something in terms of ethos which is similar to Alfred. This Christological focus, which you find in Alfred's writing, and also this emphasis on literacy. Remember, these people were book-illärd. They were learned by books. And to finally close with, I'd like to refer back to an observation of Tolkien. Tolkien, in his discussion of late Old English poem, The Battle of Maldon, he says, are the words in the poem the words that the hero said? So like many people have said, no, don't be ridiculous. The words in the poem are very unlikely to be the words that the warrior said in battle. The words in this case, in Tolkien's case, are proverbial. And Tolkien says, because they're proverbial, they're actually more likely to have been said than random, non-proverbial utterance. So perhaps, to some degree, this is also what can be discerned through a glass darkly in the Proverbs of Alfred. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the last speaker of this afternoon session is Maria Novotná from my alma mater. I know her already from the secondary school, and meanwhile she has become one of the best Czech translators, editors, and scholars regarding Old Norse texts. So welcome, Maria, and please.
Thank you, Michael, for your kind introduction, and thank to the organizers of this conference opening my eyes to the paremiological methodology, what I was not aware during the years I was researching Old Norse literature and until the last year. And now, today, I would present you what change made it in my research, and I hope you will see how important it was. So this, I will use the term or the concept of Richard Harris, which book I have read recently, and that is the paremiological cognitive patterning. So this is I would say, synchronic historical approach, and it contains information. It goes out from the presumption that this paremiological material contains information about the culture that used them. He says in his book, Wisdom of the North, that medieval Iceland's communal memory was retaining large depository of social wisdom and actively informing the conduct of its members, as well as the judgment of their fellows. So his method includes also looking for so-called implied proverbs, and let us see what will do it if we take the saga, which I am currently translating into Czech, Saga of the Sworn Brothers, and one proverb which is important in the saga and how it may open our eyes to the concepts of body and mind in Old Norse world. So just let me briefly introduce the saga. The plot is quite easy. There are two sworn brothers in early 11th century Iceland, and one of them is warrior and killer, but the second one, who would be more important for us, is more interested in women, what will be the point, and also he is a poet. So it is a family saga, sometimes also classified in a subgroup of sagas about skulls. So it may be divided into three main plot areas: adventures of the Sworn Brothers, then love affairs of the Thormodr, and the revenge executed by Thormod for his sworn brother. So we will not go deeply into unnecessary details, but there are a few informations about preserved versions and stylistic threads that have to be mentioned to understand its paremiological material. So there is no clear consensus on the age of the saga in its oral form, but we will not discuss it here. What is important are the manuscript versions. There are three main manuscripts. So the Hoiksbok, it's written by Hoiker Elledson and his scribes, and this is important for us. This includes the proverb we will be talking about today. He who has pain in the eyes is not sound. So it's just in this version, which is, as you see, the oldest preserved one, but not necessarily preserving the oldest form of the saga. So there are long discussions about that. But the longer versions, there are two, Flateyjarbók or Mödruvatlabók, and they include both so-called clauses, digressions, which are unique phenomenon in saga literature. They are of learned observation of theological, ethical, or medical character. So just let me show you some of those, because I argue that they are of a different origin. That this proverb, which also touches on some medical issue, but it's a quite different one. So they are all influenced by continental medicine. We have also source for them in Islandsk Alfredi. So, and they are really strange, or they are digressions from the main plot. So, but if we deal with our proverb from Hoiksbok, where these digressions are almost none of them, or they are very shortened. So we can see that this is a different story. So this is what we have about this proverb. I will tell you briefly in which part of the story it appears. So this Thormodr, one of the sworn brothers, suffers eye pain. This starts a short time after he meets a woman named Thorbjörg Kolbrun and writes a poem for her. But then he wants to get closer to a former lover and uses the same poem for this purpose, but with a few stanzas changed to suit her instead. The relationship is successfully renewed, but then comes punishment in the form of eye pain, and this punishment brings the angry Thorbjörg to him in a dream. And she says that unless he publicly admits the original form of the poem, he will suffer such pain that his eyes will burst out of their sockets. And after this, when this Thormodr says this to his father, in the Hauksbok version, so father says, "Eigi sá heilt í augum verkir." So this proverb is just in one of those versions, but the story is in all of those. And he adds that nothing can be done, and the poem must be returned to its original form. After Thormodr does this and admits publicly what he has done, the eye pain disappears. So you see that it's the only place in Old Norse literature where we have this proverb. But to understand it otherwise than tautology, we have to look on what the hail means, what the health, which is included in the proverb. So it is a special word, and if we analyze it semantically, it's we just come to the word as a neuter form, which means an omen, feeling of foreboding, a warning or sign of luck or misfortune. So as feminine noun, it means just good luck or happiness, and as an adjective, it has a number of meanings that nowadays would be considered homonymous. So sound, healed, but also whole, hale, healthy, intact, complete, undamaged, or even in the spiritual meaning, so blessed or true or upright. So it can be found also in other Germanic languages, and in none of those the root heilas lost its meaning of blessing and happiness. So just like other general concepts, this notion of heil has been interpreted in modern scholarship in accordance with the ideas of whichever school the author was most wedded to. So there are no recent studies on the notion of heil, but it was most important research topic for German scholars during the first half of the 20th century. You have here some quotations, but let me conclude that it has been interpreted as the strongest power in Old Norse, as the life force itself, or the deepest expression of the essence of man. So quite strong things. And although these works contain the ideological charge belonging to the German research of the first half of the 20th century, the reference to the holistic concept of health, which in turn is related to the idea of luck and blessing, is clearly visible there. So, usage of the word hail in the proverb we are analyzing also confirms the holistic semantic field. The fact that in order to be healed, Thormod had to make a public confession shows the connection of negative physical and mental states with the social sphere, with the human environment. Based on this root, health appears as a person unbroken integrity in all spheres, mental, physical, spiritual, and healing assumes re-establishment of balance on all these levels. So World Health Organization could just say that health is hail, and not she would not need all the sentence that it uses to open its constitution. So health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So it's Old Norse men knew it already in at least the 13th century, and this understanding of hail make us to understand this strange parameological material not as a tautology, as it might appear on the first sight. It points to the fact that if eye pain occurs, there has to be an imbalance on some other plane than just the physical one. And if we are formulating it through the modern perspective. But as this proverb is not attested elsewhere in the large corpus of Old Norse literature, we have to use the method of Richard Harris and look for proverbial allusions and try to identify where it is present implicitly. There are not many, but to my knowledge, there are 5 examples of eye pain in sagas, which I have analyzed, and I will shortly present you in which context they appear. So the 2 of them are also family sagas. So Bardar saga, thereafter the son of the main hero has become Christian. His father appears to him in a dream and says that as a punishment for leaving his faith, terrible eye pain will be bestowed upon him. And next day, really, his eyes burst out. So springa is the word which is used also here, as it was in the Forsbreda saga, but he dies really. So in contrast to Thormodr, there is no change to redress, and from the perspective of the saga, which emphasized the role of the Christian king, he's represented as a martyr. The conflict between 2 opposing moral codes is also felt by a man in Ljósvetninga saga, where he, when on his return from a pilgrimage to Rome, the hero learns of the death of his brother, but he decides not to return to Iceland to avenge his brother because that would not accord with his Christian principles. But at that moment, he is struck with a pain in his eyes and he dies again. So there is no mention of any dream, and there we find no external agency mediating this punishment. But we have also examples that are not only from family sagas. There are also examples from other ones. I have found one in the 6th strophe of Sekolavisur from Gudmundar saga, and there is the strange women sealhead cult. It is a demon who came into being after a man and woman on the way to Christian their child. They had a sexual relation, and while they were doing so, the child changed into this demon who was wandering around sometimes, and it looked like a woman or with a seal head usually, but once it seduced a hero or a character having taken on his wife's form. And then we have this quotation you have there that Thorgisel, who received torment set over the provider of sickness, what's the Odin, and on all day, and his moodiness spilled out both eyes on the generous man's birth with these sorrows. So it's a poem, but it mentions sorrow as the cause, and the context showed that the source of this sorrow was the feeling of a guilt or conflict. So there is, again, I would like to attract your attention to this moodiness spilled out, which is immediately followed by death by prolapse of the eyes, springa, so which shows that movement of mind and bursting of eyes are linked together, and which also points to the hydraulic model, which was quite common, or can be shown as lying behind many examples of, for example, swelling or dying from the psychological reasons. So, in all of those 4 examples I have mentioned, the eye pain could be understood as having direct emotional connotations linked to the feeling of guilt. Guilt because of attraction to 2 women in Fosbreidra saga, because of conflict between 2 opposing moral codes, revenge for a dead brother versus this Christian principle, or because of the conflict of 2 religions, faith of the ancestors versus the Christian truth in Bardar saga. And also here the guilt because of the conflict of sexual desire and the restriction put by church. So Kirsi Kanerva suggested that at the time when the saga was written, so there was no word for guilt, and the emotion might be described just by this pain in eyes. So it was inner experience that, in modern definition, would comprise what we express like feeling of guilt. It might be enlarged into, my opinion, to feeling of some kind of conflict. I have last example of eye pain, which I found in the corpus, which is from the saga of people of Kjalarnes, where Bui's enemy, Kolfinner, and 15 of his men reach a cave where Bui and his wife Olaf are safe and protected. But they try to lure Bui out of the cave, as otherwise they will have no opportunity to attack him, even though they are outnumbered. And as this crucial moment where Bui wants to go out, because they say that he should go out if he is not a she-beast, what is really the worst offense you can get. So like he wants to go out, but at the moment he was seized by such pain in both eyes that he was unable to do it. So we would not call this moment as we would probably not feel guilty in this moment. We would describe it as a kind of conflict. Like psychoanalytically, we can say that it's like Bui's inner dilemma, or the internalized fear of a loving caregiver, which gives this eye pain to him, or against this self-preservation instinct. But this retrospective diagnosis do not explain the episode's role in the story, let alone the way of thinking about illnesses. Thanks to our awareness of the underlying proverbial allusion, we can better understand the situation that otherwise would be quite strange for us, as you may admit. We can understand the eye pain as showing a dilemma that was ongoing in the character. The conflict between the rational behavior that would save his life and ensure coping with the whole situation, it means staying in the cave, or desire to avenge the insult being compared to the female animal. He himself chose the revenge, but the sudden eye pain prevented him from carrying this out. So we see an active or positive use of these psychophysical reactions, which otherwise are mostly destructive, as we have seen, because most of the protagonist dies in this situation of a conflict. So I would how many? 1 minute? Okay. So I would like to show you a parallel proverb, which is also found in a corpus of Old Norse literature. There is just one change. You have this he who has pain in the mind is not sound. So the proverb is the same, but just I is exchanged with mind. So it means that heil means really the harmony on different levels, both physical and psychological, and having a sick mind or having a sick part of the body is a similar situation. So we can conclude illness was probably perceived as identical with the mental state, not as a somatization. But it's not so important. But we have, like, starting from the proverb, going through the stories where the pareimagogical material is present implicitly, and closing with a proverb, we have demonstrated important parts of Old Norse conceptual world, connection between the mental and physical plane, as well as the conception of illness of the time. And it is discussed in terms of eye pain. It is an example of involuntary physical manifestation of emotion, and it could be understood as a consequence of the holistic, perhaps holistic concept of man. So I would like to end by thanking to the organizers again that opened my eyes to this proverbial wisdom underlying written sagas that might really help in understanding many of the phenomena that feels otherwise strange for us. And I hope next year I will present you my results of translating the saga and how I was working with the Proverbs as a translator. And I wish you that you never come into a situation in which you would have to feel an eye pain. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And yes, I would like, So, now it's time for your questions or comments. So please, Charles, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I think the three of you gave us some food for thoughts. Really, I'll start with Jonathan. I think, Jonathan, you carried me in areas that really I had little or no, knowledge of, which was very important. I just wanted to find out something here because I'm new in this area. My specialty is really in IPR, intellectual property rights, and really I'm looking at copyright, stricto sensu. So when you talk of all these proverbs that you mentioned, can we rightfully say these were proverbs that belonged to Alfred? Because what I have been seeing or getting from the literature that has been coming through here is that I've been coming, maybe wrongfully so, thinking that proverbs don't really, it's difficult to really pin a proverb on somebody. Hence, I'm thinking that proverbs are like orphan works, orphan works that don't belong to anybody, but we don't know the origin, but we know they are proverbs and we keep repeating them. So I don't know. For Maria, is it Maria or Marie? The last speaker. Maria. Yeah, Maria. Well, look, more grease to your elbow. We're looking forward to seeing you here next year to at least give us the findings, as you rightfully say. We are holding you on that, and hopefully you will be back next year to see us and give it to us. Thanks.
So Jonathan, would you like to?
Yes, surely. Yeah. Okay, Charles, thank you for your question. It's a very relevant one that in the previous days we've been discussing. Can a proverb have a known author? So this is what I'm dealing with is a literary text written 3 centuries after the life of this man. It's not like there was some sound recording at the king's court, and we heard him not only say these proverbs, but also invent them. The title, The Proverbs of Alfred, isn't even 12th century. It's what editors gave in the 19th and 20th century to it. So nobody is claiming that he invented these sayings. The literary work is supposing that he uttered them. Thus quaith Alfred, thus said Alfred. But it's quite a common thing. This when you have a list of proverbs, lists of proverbs can be really boring. I think we've all felt that. One of the ways to make them interesting is to ascribe them to a particular culture hero, like a king, and also to fictionalize them, or to give some discussion. So it's fictionalized. It's given a setting in a particular town. It's the town I know very well, and it's given an audience, his son or his advisors he's speaking to, and they're given this interpretation as well as just giving the Proverbs. He kind of gives you an application. So, no, I don't think that they belong to Alfred, but they're definitely associated with him. And as I was trying to say at the end, so Alfred is the only early English king to have a biography by somebody who knew him. There was a Welsh monk called Asa who wrote a biography of Alfred while Alfred was still alive. And the things those two things we know about Alfred's beliefs is that he was very Christ-centered individual. The Danes he were fighting were pagans. The struggle wasn't just an ethnic struggle, it was a kind of religious struggle, ethno-religious struggle. It was a kind of reconquista of England by the people from the southwest. And that he was very focused, although he couldn't read as a child. When he learned to read as an adult, he was very focused on literacy, and he called these learned people from not just from Wales, but also from Germany. John the Old Saxon came, and to translate. So these two things, this Christological emphasis, which didn't really come through in the Proverbs I cited, but is there, and this emphasis on books, they're things that we know the historical figure did believe in. So it's not random, the Proverbs which are associated with this man. But no, it's not his intellectual property.
Any other comments, question? Maybe I myself ask Irina, when reading the Portuguese translation of the Revisor, so did you, because we heard some days ago about the markers introducing a proverb, and since I can imagine how difficult it might be for a translator to identify a sentence or clause as a proverbial, so did you pay attention also when making comparing the original and the translation? Whether are there any such markers?
Thank you for this question, because I am also a translator, and that's why this argument is very interesting for me, because it's a difficult job, and my compliments to Marie doing this job, because it's amazing. Regarding to the translation of a classical pieces, in one previous presentation made in the St. Petersburg University this year, I talk about a translation into Hungarian of another classical play of Griboyedov. I don't know, unfortunately, its title exactly in English, Goria Tuma, or Boyar, the clever clever man is a problem. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know. So I am reading different articles of the translation of its of this play in different languages. The opinion of the author of the article was that this play was not translated in a good way or exact or correct way in different languages. But the Hungarian translation was brilliant. Was really brilliant because the translator succeeded to find the solutions for replacing, translating, compensating, finding a proverbial parallels, because that place practically is consisting of proverbs and winged sayings. So that's why. And the translation into Portuguese of the government inspector, Brazil, it is nice. It is nice. It is fine. It could be a difficult task for a translator. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, there is an existing translation into Portuguese made in Portugal recently in 2009 by a couple in which the lady is Russian, the husband is Portuguese, but it was difficult to receive this book from Portugal. It arrived just yesterday in Hungary, in Budapest. And when I go back, I will examine that translation, and I'm curious to know how they could solve these proverbial challenges. So maybe in the written form of my presentation, maybe I write about that version. But it's always a challenge for the translator.
Thank you. Simeon.
It's normal to be well translated in Brazilian, in Portuguese from Brazil, because there are a strong Russian community and they are leaving the language, and also the Ukrainian. Brazil is a continent, in fact, are a lot of people there. On the other hand, for example, you as classic, all the classics belongs to all humanity, to all the world, and is normally be translated and dressed in many and different languages. And you mention some of them, but are more languages. Okay, thank you.
Audi, please.
Thank you for those inspiring presentations. This is not about Proverbs, but I became interested in this Maria's concept of this eye pain and this. So you had also the self-preservation versus avenge and insult. So this was kind of, what was it really about this disease, or kind of a reaction of what? Because I thought that it came to my mind to how we speak about war nowadays. It can be thought like self-defense, or then it might be versus something like we have to revenge, or like this. This is quite, these are thoughts going in my mind, but anyway, this Icelandic, the old culture, what is there about this revanches and avances? What is this?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. In this particular example I was talking about, it was really kind of conflict in a concrete situation. So the person could go out from the cave, but it would not be reasonable, but it would be kind of a heroic deed. And this is what is traditional in the Old North Icelandic literature. Like you should preserve your pride, or you should what the society thinks about you. It's the really important thing. So this was the notion they were trying to use to log him out from the cave and to insult him outside. So it was like drawing out from the heroic society's notions. So it has to be behind this possibility that you will die just because of preserving your fame in the society. So it is a presumption that lies behind this episode. So you are right, it has to be there.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, then comes the ceremony. The coffee break.
Can we start? Okay, so I would like to invite our speakers. The first one is already here, Karel Pacowski from Charles University of Praga. Okay, I will give you a floor.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I would like to show you in my presentation the importance of the medieval chronicles for the study of Proverbs and their history. My contribution will have two parts. In the first part, I would like to speak about the most important chronicle written in Czech, medieval chronicle written in Czech, the Chronicle of Dalimil. And the second part will be rather a case study on an obscure phrase or a phrase that is found in the Chronicle of Dalimil, but whose meaning was not very clear. But thanks to a comparison with a different text from the same time, we can recognize it as a fixed expression or even a proverb, as it would be called in the Middle Ages. So let's start. First of all, what is the Chronicle of Dalimil? The Chronicle of Dalimil is the first known historiographical work written in Czech language. One of the first great works of the Czech literature. It was written in verses, as you can also see. I hope you can see it even from the manuscript that it's written in verses. It was written shortly after the year 1310, very likely in Prague. It's called Chronicle of Dalimil, but we know that there was no Dalimil as the author of this chronicle. It's just a false attribution of the authorship from the 17th century. So until today we call it the Chronicle of Dalimil or the Chronicle of so-called Dalimil. But everybody knows that maybe no Dalimil has ever existed. So, but we like the name, so we use it still. We just know that the real author was a Czech nobleman in this time, but we don't know which one. So there were researchers always suggest maybe this was this nobleman. Some of the other researchers say no, I think it was rather this nobleman, because in the chronicle his family is described more than the other families, but we don't know. So we will call it the Chronicle of Dalimil. Dalimil's chronicle has 103 chapters, and it describes the Czech history from the Great Flood and from the Tower of Babel, and the first ancestor of the Czechs, the forefather Czech who came to the Czech lands and settled there, to the coronation of King John, John the Blind, John of Luxembourg, in the year 1311, so in the times of the author. The chronicle was very, very popular. It got some editions in the following years, and also it went through some redactions in the following 2 centuries. It was very suddenly also translated into Latin, which was not known at all until a fragment of this Latin translation was found 20 years ago at an auction in Italy. So there is this fragment of this Latin translation of the chronicle, which was written in Italy, in Bologna, around the year 1330. And in the 14th century, a German translation was made of this chronicle, written in verses as the original. And during the 15th century, even a second German translation of the chronicle was made, written in prose. Unfortunately, there is no modern English translation of the chronicle. The only modern language into which the chronicle was translated is French. So that's what you can read. The chronicle uses its poetry, so it uses also some proverbs. Some of them are still in use until today in Czech, but in their modern versions. So, for example, there is the proverb the coat is not nearer than the shirt. Sukně košile blízčí nebývá. Today we say it in a more modern way. But a very similar proverb is also in English. Near is my shirt, but nearer is my skin. Or in totally other words, charity begins at home, you can say. Or there even 2 times in the chronicle a proverb is quoted. Kdo chce v domu škody zbýti, nedaj jiskře uhlem býti. If you want to avoid damage in your house, don't let a spark glow. This is also a chronicle that you can find in many other languages because it has a biblical model in the letter of St. James. A small spark can start a great fire. So there are proverbs like this. Some of the proverbs in the chronicle are not that clear, that you have to be careful to find them. But one of these is the proverb hledaj cizího oběda I potká jej jeho běda. If you look for a meal of somebody else, you will find your own misery. It means something, it's very similar to the proverb or in the meaning, he who digs a pit for others falls in it himself, which has also a biblical model. So it's a very interesting proverb that here it's with the meal, searching a meal and you find of somebody else and you find your own misery. So it's very unique. I think we can find it only in this chronicle. And there is also, for example, a very nice also rhymed proverb, Boh chluby nelubí, God dislikes pride. It would be a very nice proverb to use even until today. But the language changed. So because now we don't say the word dislike like this. We don't say in modern Czech the word pride like it is here in the old Czech. So this proverb just disappeared. We don't use it anymore just because the language developed and changed. And it's no more that nice rhymed proverb. We can now leave the chronicle of Dalimil at this point and we will return to it later. Now we can have a look into a different text from medieval Czechia, from medieval Czech lands. And it's from St. George's Abbey in Prague Castle, which is actually an abbey I wrote my dissertation about. When I was dealing with the history of the abbey, I also worked with a book, with a memorial book of St. George's canons. These were the priests who served in the church of the Benedictine nuns. So there were Benedictine nuns, but they had this man who served there in the church. And one of the canons wrote a book after the year 1355, a memorial book of the canons. So we say it's the same century like the Chronicle of Dalimil. And when I was creating an edition and Czech translation of this, this is the St. George's Abbey in Prague Castle. Yeah, here we can see how the nuns looked. Here some of the canons, the church. Yeah, if you have ever been to Prague, you probably recognize Prague Castle. So the St. George's Abbey is here up on the hill. Here is the cathedral. So and here was St. George's Abbey. So these Benedictine nuns were very important in the city and in the country. So the canons of this church, the priests had this memorial book, and it's all written in Latin except one sentence. Which claimed to be a proverb, and that proverb was not familiar to me at all. And so we can have a closer look at it. This sentence, the context of the sentence is the story of the church or the history of the church, where the author describes how the church was founded by the Duke Vratislav, in the 10th century, that he established 9 canons, 9 priests in the church. But then the canons became very lazy. They neglected the liturgy, and therefore they were replaced by the nuns, or the Duke Boleslav then decided to take nuns there, to establish a convent of Benedictine nuns, who would be then in charge of the church instead of the man. And so the canons lost their independence and were subordinated to the nuns. Here we can see it closer in the manuscript. We can see also a later red gloss here. The nuns were assigned to St. George's Church, but originally the canons ruled here. And if we look closer at the passage, we can see it's written then in Latin. Here it's Latin, here it's my English translation. Just as Sisera was defeated by Jael, Holofernes by Judith, and Haman by Esther, so the clergy was expelled from the governance of the church by women. As it is commonly said, they have been thrown out like Radoch from his boat. With the support of secular authority, they are subject to the power of women against the natural order. So that's the context of this saying, to throw somebody out like Radoch from his boat. We can see it here. So here we can see Vysunuchuje jako Radocha z člunu. It's totally Latin, but here just this Czech. Ut vulgariter dicitur, as it is said in the common language. And we also can see a gloss there, which says, nota bene per omnia proverbium. So note well, especially the proverb. So we can see that even for the readers of this book, this sentence was somehow interesting, and that they noted it's a proverb. Yes, but it's a question. Is it really a proverb? Until today, in the secondary literature, it's classified as a proverb. Although maybe it's not a proper proverb because a moral lesson is missing in it. However, it's clearly a fixed phrase expressing a common experience. Still, we would today rather call it a simile, a figure of speech comparing two similar situations than really a proverb. But we can see that the traditional attribution as a proverb has long then influence even until today. Actually, when I was dealing with this text, I was looking, do we have any other text where this saying can be found? And I found that it's in the Chronicle of Delimil I was speaking at the beginning, so we can come back to the Chronicle of Delimil. So there is a similar sentence which was added, which was not originally part of the Chronicle, but was added during some redactions in the 14th century. This sentence is missing in the German translations, and because the chapter where it's found is missing in the Latin fragment, we don't know if it was even translated into Latin or not. So it's in a chapter which describes King Wenceslas II, whom we see also on the picture, who should protect the interests of the noble orphans and widows against some powerful nobleman. But instead of taking care of these orphans and instead of being a just judge, he rather supported monasteries and prayed a lot and was not securing justice in his country. Which is an interesting critique. And so the royal court was led by greedy aristocrats who abused their position to steal the properties of the orphans. And in this context, we can find the sentence that so the lords robbed the orphans of their properties, just as Radoch was thrown out of his little boat. Yeah, so we can even see that this is now here in this context, it's a little boat, just as Radoch was thrown out of his little boat. Originally, the translators, for example, we have a translation of this chronicle into modern Czech from the 70s, from the 1970s. When the translators saw this sentence, they didn't think of it as a proverb or as a fixed expressions, and they tried to explain it somehow in some different way. So it's also interesting to see how you can cope with a proverb that you don't recognize as a proverb, or a saying that you don't recognize as a fixed saying. So you see in the modern Czech translation of the chronicle, yeah, you don't see it in the modern translation of the chronicle. The translators thought that Radoch was maybe Saint Roch, a popular saint against pestilence, against plague. So they translated it as a nonsense, that you can read it. They were robbed, as you can read it in the legend of about the boat of Saint Roch, the martyr. Yeah, so totally nonsense. Even when you look into the legends of Saint Roch, there is no boat. Yeah, so it's really a nonsense. But who was Radoch then? Yeah, he could be maybe a historical personality, because it's really a proper Czech name derived from the longer version Radomil. It even had a female variant in Old Czech, Radochna. And it should mean somebody who enjoys the joy. But there was also other suggestion when I was speaking with a colleague from Czech Institute, or the Institute of Czech Language. She suggested, Milada Homolková, she suggested that maybe it could be a nomen omen, it could be a characteronym, that Radoch is the name could be derived from the word Rada, advice, in German Rat, Raten, and that it's somebody who gives an unwanted advice. So then it would be really a proverb that the one who gives unwanted advices will be eliminated, will be thrown out. But when we look into the context where this proverb was found in the chronicle and in the memorial book, we see that there is no connection with unwanted advices. So it's rather they are just warning examples. For example, in the memorial book, it's very clear it's among the warning examples from the biblical and Czech history that warn the priests so that they don't neglect their duties as priests in the church. Yeah, to conclude, we have this saying, this simile, throw out somebody like Radoch from his boat. It clearly means to sideline somebody, or in English we have also a very nice metaphorical expression to put someone on the sidelines. It's also like from the sports. Yeah, we can see it. Here the sidelines. So put somebody to remove somebody out of the game, from the game, and. The story of Radoch show us that the proverbs or the sayings are not, in some cases, are not like eternal. They don't last forever, because because it's a totally forgotten saying. Because if you lose the common knowledge, the context, when nobody knows the story of Radoch and his boat, then this saying doesn't work anymore. And we don't know who this Radoch was, and if it was just a story that really happened, for example, on the river in Prague or anywhere else, that Radoch was stolen his boat and thrown out to the river, or if it was a fictional story, if it was a piece of literature speaking about some Radoch, or if it was a song, we don't know. But there was certainly a story that the people in the mid-14th century knew, about Radoch and his boat, but then the story was no more popular, and so also this saying was totally forgotten. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. This is Karel's first presentation in Tavira, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Risto Järv from Estonian Literary Museum, who will speak about the role of proverbs in popularizing archival material on social media.
So, can I have the slides? Thank you. The Estonian Folklore Archives of the Estonian Literary Museum posts a daily grain. We have introduced and adopted in use the Estonian name eratera, or a grain from the Estonian Folklore Archives. It's portmanteau word, ERA, abbreviation of Estonian Folklore Archives, and tera, grain, seed. There are small excerpts from the Central Archives of Estonia folklore promoting a specific folklore genre. For example, folk songs, as here, as legends, riddles, recollections, of course the proverbs, the topic that I'm talking today, presented in the form of a text or an image or audio or video recording. The posts aimed to promote archived folklore material among the general public were started in 2010 and intended to make use of social media as a fast and attractive medium to engage users with bite-sized content and thus complement the lengthy process of preparing academic publications. Over time, this practice has evolved into a regular daily routine to capture public interest and to inform both existing and new social media users about fascinating archival material. First aim was to publish in Twitter. Now it's the environment called X, and the third grain was about the proverb. Vanasõna on alati tark may translate as there is wisdom in proverbs. As we saw, the archival texts are not quite short, very usually, and so we decided to have also the mirror site on the web page. 4 months later, we also began publish in Facebook, and a little bit later also we published the pictures in Instagram. And so, as I am one of the men who chooses all the some of the grains, I have frequently preferred to post proverbs with explanations, even though, yes, there are the Instagram pictures. I preferred to post proverbs with explanations, even though these remain a minority among the proverbs in tradition of Estonia and many other countries, as explanations are often provided without context. Proverb researcher is aware of the many diverse meaning and also valid meanings a proverb may have, and so we have occasionally tried to draw users' attention to these. For example, the era grain about a rolling stone. A rolling stone gather no moss, says the archival text. The proverb conveys 2 meanings. A person, stone, who travels, moves around, gathers no fortune. A rolling stone is always nice and clean, as is a person who is on the move. A stone that doesn't move gathers moss, just like a person living in the same place stagnates. As for the present moment, we have posted a total 5,015 grains. We reached the magical milestone of 5,000 posts on October 25th this year. To celebrate this achievement, we published a small collection, a sheaf of these grains, as it were titled Tegemisest saab terakest or Doing yields a grain. The title comes from the proverb doing yields a grain, sleeping will not yield a berry. I'm sending also here one publication. Unfortunately, it's only in Estonian, but just you would see what kind these era grains are. There are also 5 proverbs inside this. So, proverbs are known for their versatility, and so from the very start I felt that they are a fitting choice for the era grain format. The proverb cited in the title of my paper, "He who doesn't gather a grain will not gain a bushel," serves a meta-grain, so to say a grain about the grains of the Estonian folklore archives, and that was also published. While the choice of the genre and the nature of these daily spots were somewhat random at first, between 2018 and 2023, a proverb has been systematically shared as an archival grain on Wednesday. And the reason is that in 2018, Estonian National Broadcasting started to air short discussions of proverbs on the radio program Huvitaja, which could be translated as Engager, where folklorist Piret Voolaid and myself dwelled into the cultural background of various proverbs. The grain chosen for the day, for the publishing in Estonian Folklore Archive Facebook page, also served as a means to promote the radio program. While the first 2 features virtually without expression, so-called Proverb Wednesdays, later some segments of proverbs were replaced with those discussions issued related to folk religion. In my paper today, I will focus primarily on the proverbs from the second stage of posting these archival grains from period to 2018 to 2022, and providing some examples from outside of this frame. In addition, my paper explores the user responses and various proverbs posted by the Estonian Folklore Archives, analyzing which proverbs have gained more attention and reactions. Although posts featuring a photo generally tend to elicit more responses, those promoting proverbs have primarily been in text form. Nevertheless, in some cases, the shared proverbs have sparked particularly interesting reaction and comments. So, first about our Facebook account. We have currently 4,000 followers, along 3,700 page likes, which of course is not an exceptionally high number, but not that small either, given that the Estonian population is just 1.3 million. I would say that there is a clear difference in popularity depending on both the genre and subject matter when it comes to regular posts without images. Posts that feature photos are no doubt the most popular, generating the most user reactions. It becomes also clear that the grains of folk religion tend to attract vastly more user reactions than, for example, proverbs. But anyhow, when evaluating our success or unsuccess on social media, the first metric to consider logically is the like count. The Facebook or Meta Business Suite application allows us to monitor the overall count of interactions, including post reactions, that is, likes and other reactions, comments and shares. First, the most popular era grain about proverbs has been almost 100 reactions. As I said, the amounts are not so big, but anyhow, and what is interesting, it's here are in the one post several explanations, several proverbs. First, I have also to see that we could not see on the web page all the likes. For example, in Facebook's shoot, we could see there is altogether 94 reactions, but we could see on the home page only 20. So some of them are reacted and shared to the groups that are not totally accessible. And so people said when the child was born, a man will have as many children as he is granted. There were so many of us children on the farm, and there was no shortage of bread. Hendrik Jakobson had this small allotment here, and a lot of children. Each time old Hendrik used to say, if a child is given, bread shall be given. Also the saying, if God gives a fool, he shall give oats as well, could be always heard. So there are 3 proverbs, and it's the most popular our proverb post in social media. The second one has the picture. As I said, the posts with the pictures are the most popular. The people are the same, but the principle is new. The proverb was collected on a bus. That was interesting, but as I said, probably not that fact caused the popularity of the proverb, but the reason that we published also a photo that was not usual with our proverbs. The third one is the archival grind described previously, which marked 5,000 posts of the archival snippets in another meta-grain that has gained a good amount of user interactions. And here again we see if we are celebrating something that adds also the user reactions and very often also the comments. The fourth post from popularity is the proverb that resonates well with the fact-based nature of our modern life. It's not like God creates Harry, God creates cats and mice, and Harry emerged only once the cat started chasing the mouse. So this traditional Estonian proverb, the first half, to which in this variant an explanation has been added once the cat started chasing the mouse. This proverb is built on the poetic rhyming of Estonian words kiire, hari, and hiired, mice, and the latter word was definitely chosen for the purpose of rhyming. Another factor contributing to popularity of the proverb is humor, which is characteristic of this and many other popular proverbs in our Facebook. On the mentioned radio program, my good colleague Piret Voolaid pointed out that the proverb is not known in the tradition of our neighboring peoples, and probably here we may say that, again, the humor is one factor that causes more likes. So the fifth one is again about the anniversary posting about folklorist Rein Saukas. If we have congratulations, in addition to the proverbs, there are also more user reactions. The proverbs are posted not only on Proverb Wednesday, but also some days occasionally. For example, the next example from Julia Sepp, a school teacher's wife, reciting a spell the word of the attack of an angry dog. The archivist who chose it for posting has added the comment. The attached note of the contributor itself is worth reading and included the accompanying note which opens with the proverb. The borrower is slave to the lender, as the proverb goes. I promise to send you some witching spells and rituals in the spring and can only fulfill my promise now in the autumn, and so etc. The seventh short proverb post is a promise is a debt. Promise is a debt in itself. Compared to other posted proverbs, this post is somewhat irregular. We presented it on colored background, which we have not done before, and actually not later, because that was inspired by the Estonian educational workers' demand to the state raise the share of research funding to the promised 1% of the GDP. Following the state's decision To backtrack on the promised agreement, educational workers organized a demonstration. While this was not explicitly expressed in the posted content as a general practice with these posts, the implied subtext likely contributed to the popularity of this post. So here are some other popular proverbs, but as the times goes on, I have to hurry to the second part, to the person engagement. That is much more clearly revealed through their writing rather than by their simply clicking the like button. And therefore, the instance where a user has left a comment are particularly interesting. While the proverb grains have not gathered a huge count of likes or comments, some comments can still be found. Here, I'm not talking about these overtly positive praises, for example, like true that or timeless truth, but longer comments that users have posted there. So, the proverb, laughter doesn't ruin your skin, and idle words don't take a piece of you. Being laughed at or idle talk does not harm a person. Below are comments of two users who otherwise actively comment Folklore Archive's Facebook comment. I just came across this in Estonian Proverbs, that is in the publication. I use Proverbs very often, says another contributor. There's this lottery game at various events, and I have described it in my stories. As we see, they use also quite creatively proverbs, as here in Portugal. Calendar proverbs, in particular, have proved rather useful for posting on certain calendar holidays, sparking immediate user comments. For example, a proverb posted about having little sunshine on particular calendar holiday, in the case St. Anthony's feast day on January 17, received several comments. If the sunshine shines all day, it will rain all summer, but if the sun shines long enough to have time to jump on horse, the summer will be beautiful. And so the user's comment, it was sunny, thankfully, not too much, replied another. And the third one, there was a touch of sunshine in Tartu, the user is living there, and even a bit of snow. For an archival researcher, sowing the seeds of archival grain becomes particularly worthwhile when users start posting folklore themselves. For example, we shared the proverb, first build a well, then a house. You need water everywhere. You can't do it without water. A Facebook user responded to the proverb with a variant of the proverb and piece of folk wisdom heard from their grandmother. Don't fill an old well before the new one has not been built, and don't spit in the well, grandmother. So, the material given in the user interactions, however, is generally of little use for archival purposes, as we lack information about their original source or author. In some cases, however, we learn that there are explanations from different places. For example, like the lame pig, many faults, the soil is frozen, and etc. And the user answers, where I come from, people even used to say that the snout is scabby. Poor pig, many faults, now the snout is scabby. Now the soil is frozen. Jumida Peninsula in the northern Estonia. In such cases, an archivist typically adds a like underneath the user comment, especially if they cannot engage in further communication. Also, user comments may reflect changes in the tradition and again use of humor. One user, for example, turned the proverb into a Wellerism by adding an elaboration. The chest of a brave wolf is greasy. A brave start is half a win. Bravery will get you far if you are courageous and steadfast. And the user added, but the chest of Pericles is soaked in blood. So it is good to know that the sharing of these snippets from the archives has an user's reaction, someone more often, sometimes less. And of course, we may posting 5,000 era grains as a minor alternative to popularize archival material has been somewhat challenging next to the daily work of the archivists and researchers of the Estonian Folklore Archives. But I tried to show that it has also been a pleasure outside the topics of Proverbs. For example, when posting the photos of folk singers and storytellers, we have occasionally reserved additional data about the featured persons from their relatives. We have tried to keep the task manageable and not very time-consuming. In these years, I have served as the editor in charge, so to speak, being responsible for lightly editing the formatting where necessary. To sum up, it seems to me that we cannot conclude from the relatively small counts of likes and comments on the grains featuring proverb compared to other genres, or the smaller reaction count to text compared to images or video clips, that the proverb material from the Estonian Folklore Archives is irrelevant to contemporary Estonians. The era grains as a whole do not enjoy nearly the same level of popularity as the Facebook group Ukrainian Memes, which also created by the Folklore Archives last March and immediately became highly popular, where users are posting and commenting memes there. If we wonder whether this daily posting in some ways could be perceived as economically waste, then there is no doubt that the activities of memory institution itself are extravagant, to put it mildly. For example, preparing a monumental reference publication, Estonian Proverbs, the academician Arvo Krikman with the work group, and the system has done with the work group and the systematized database that the publication is based on. One of our guiding principles in posting these grains from the Estonian Folklore Archives has always been to refrain from paid advertising, even though the Facebook platform suggests it to be for more successful dissemination of content. In any case, people interested in folklore in general and proverbs in particular, which are held in the Estonian Folklore Archives, has been the most positive aspect of sharing these grains from the archives. However, the estimated 200 or 300 proverbs among the 500 posts is still a small number, especially when considering that there are 15,000 proverb types alone in Estonian. So the future holds plenty of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please sit down here next to me because Karel ran. Please come back here. Okay, now I would like to invite the last pair of our speakers, Ellert Thor Johansson and Tordis Ulfartsdottir from the Institute for Icelandic Studies. And they will present us the Icelandic proverbs and the European counterparts.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to begin this, and then my colleague, Ellert, will continue with our joint presentation. But first, we would like to tell you that we were offered to participate in the publication of a new book in the series European Proverbs, which was going to focus on Icelandic. We accepted, and Rui will tell you more about that after our presentation. Icelandic has a rich history of proverbs. They are an essential part of Icelandic language and culture. As elsewhere, they reflect how society has evolved and changed over the years. The collection of proverbs and other figures of speech has been conducted systematically for a long time in Iceland. The oldest Icelandic sources of proverbs are over 800 years old, because Icelandic is ancient as a written language. Málsháttakvæði, which means a poem of proverbs, is believed to have been composed around the year 1200, where proverbs are interlaced into the poetic narrative. I'll read it to you so you can clearly hear that it is a poem, even if you don't understand the words. Fylki skal til frægðar hafa, fregna eigum langt til gafa. Oddar gerfa jarli megin, útsker verð af bárum þvegin. Ýmsir bjóða öðrum fár, ormar skríð úr hamsá vár. Vel hefur sá það líða lætur, langar eiga þeir bersi nætur. Which means, one shall have a prince for glory, we ought to hear of a fool from far off. Spears give strength to a jarl, outer skerries are washed by waves, many offer harm to another, snakes slither from their slough in spring, he comes up well who lets it pass by. A bear and his king have long nights. I don't understand it either. Hávamál. The next important source of proverbs is Hávamál, which means words of the High One, attributed to Odin himself, who was the chief of the Norse gods in Norse mythology. It's a poem preserved in a 13th century manuscript, but is probably much older from oral tradition. This poem contains advice on how people should interact and behave, as well as common wisdom. For example, only fools hope to live forever by escaping enemies. A traveler cannot carry better burden than wisdom. Often it is best for the foolish man to sit in silence, and words of praise will never perish. Icelandic family sagas, the most well-known literary genre from the Middle Ages, as Maria talked about in the last session. They are also a rich source of proverbs and sayings. Many of those are still used today in the ordinary speech of many people in Iceland. For example, eigi enn sopið kálið þó að í ausuna sé komið, which means one still cannot drink the cabbage, even if it is in the ladle. from the saga of Þórð the Menace. Berar hver á bakinu nema sér bróður eigi. A man's back is naked unless he has a brother. It occurs in the saga of Grettir the Strong. Ill gefast ill ráð. Bad advice brings bad results. Eigi má sköpunum renna. One may not run away from fate. Yes, from the saga of Hörð and the Holm dwellers. One of the first collection of Proverbs appears in Staðarhólsbók Rímna, a 16th century manuscript called AM 604 Quarto. It contains about 200 proverbs written in the bottom margins of the manuscript leaves. For example, sveltur sauðlaust bú, a sheepless farm will starve. Láttu mín víti þér að varnaði verða. Let my mistakes be a warning to you. Frest á illu best. It is best to delay bad things. Sveltur sitjandi kráka. A sitting crow will starve. Oft kemur gjöf til gjalda. A gift is often repaid. And this is the manuscript from the 16th century. And we see a little text down there. With a red circle around it. It says, lítið lærist, leiðum strák, which means a bored boy learns little. And now, okay. Now you see it in a more close-up, these words. And now Ellert will take over.
Yes, thank you, Þórdís, for this introduction and this historical overview. And we still haven't quite finished our sort of overview of Proverbs in Iceland. I'm going to talk now about more the scholarship and then how Proverbs are used in the culture today. So the first sort of scholar to work on Proverbs and collect them and study them systematically was a guy called Jón or Jónas Rúgmann. He was actually called Jón Jónsson, but he changed his name later when he became a more important figure. He worked in the 17th century in Sweden, and he wasn't going to go to Sweden, but fate kind of stepped in, and he was going to study in Copenhagen, but there was a war between Denmark and Sweden when he left for Iceland in 1658, and the vessel he was on was captured by Swedes and redirected to Sweden, and he stayed there more or less for his whole scholarly career. Swedes were very excited to have an Icelandic expert and a linguist and somebody who was interested in the manuscripts that the Swedes were also collecting at the time. He collected a few hundred proverbs. They're preserved in 2 manuscripts, but they weren't published and therefore not really accessible unless you went to the University Library of Uppsala, which I think is where they are. And but now they have been published in this book by a Swedish scholar. And in his works, there are a lot of proverbs that are not really used anymore, but still some that are relevant and part of the, I would say, the colloquial Iceland language of Iceland today. Like nauðsyn brýtur lög, necessity breaks the law. So if you really have to, out of necessity, you can break the law. And margt smátt ger eitt stórt, which is almost like a cliche in Icelandic today. Many things, small things make one large thing or big thing. Often used when you're collecting money for a good cause. And in the following centuries, there were a lot of collectors of proverbs. Guðmundur Jónsson was one who collected proverbs that he published in 1830. Another one, Hallgrímur Skeving, in 1843 and 1847, where he had both proverbs from literature sources, but also some colloquial sayings that he collected himself. And we can mention here also proverbial collections of Finnur Jónsson, who both published on proverbs found in Old Norse literary sources, and then in 1914 and then in 1920 later more extensive proverbs in Icelandic throughout the ages. When it comes to more modern times, there are two major collections of proverbs that have been popular. First one was published in 1966 by Bjarni Vilhjálmsson and Óskar Halldórsson, and that was a very popular publication that's been reprinted many times and exists in many homes in Iceland. And then more recently, Jón Friðjónsson, an Icelandic linguist and scholar, published a compendium of proverbs where he discusses their provenance and meaning not in much detail, but gives a good overview of many of them. So all this proverbial scholarship illustrates that Icelanders have always been interested in proverbs and liked collecting them, using them, and working on them, working with them. Thought it was something interesting that needed to be cultivated. So many Icelandic proverbs have counterparts in other European languages, and that was what our objective was when we were working on the book with Rui. We were trying to find equivalents to this list of common European proverbs that stems from this Hungarian scholar's name I can never remember. And then Pasolai, I think. Yeah, okay. And then a lot of those can be traced to a specific origin, and they exist in Icelandic as well, like Enginn getur þjónað tveimur herrum from the Bible. No man can serve two masters. And flýttu þér hægt, ekki allt gull sem glóir. Commonly known in a lot of European languages. And in Icelandic you also have these kind of maybe things that have reflect some universal truths, like betra seint en aldrei, better late than never. Æfingin skapar meistaran. Practice makes perfect. Literally in Icelandic, it's practice creates the master. And ástin blind, love is blind. So a common feature of Icelandic proverbs is poetic elements, like we've talked about at this conference. Especially alliteration is quite common. Like you see there, ekki verður feigum forðað. So these are like the Proverbs of Alfred that we heard about earlier. Doomed man cannot be saved. And rhyme is also quite common. Sá á kvölina sem á völina. Whoever makes the decision has to suffer. And there are also terse versions like of common themes. Lærir meðan lifir and gifting í dag, skírn á morgun, which is kind of like everything sort of continues in its logical order. And of course, a lot of both of these features and things occur in other languages. Now, the Icelandic proverbs often reflect the Icelandic conditions, the Icelandic setting, environment, situation. And here we have some examples of that. The first one there, Tvisvar verður sá feginn á steininn sest. He who sits on a rock is twice relieved. That is, first a person sits down to rest, presumably on a journey, but sitting on a rock is not very comfortable, so when they stand up again, they're also happy to be finally off the rock. So that's what that wisdom entails. And sitting on a rock is something you commonly do when you travel in Iceland, or did back in the day, I guess. It's not a very green and grassy country. You're lucky to find a rock to sit on. You can't just plump yourself down in a grassy meadow. Also the weather is quite common in Proverbs, as it is in the daily discussions of Icelanders, as the weather is a very important and influential factor in how life is conducted. Skjótt skipast veður í lofti. The weather changes quickly, and that's a common feature of Icelandic weather. If you've ever been there, there's an Icelandic cliche that says you can experience all 4 seasons in a single day. And öll él birtir upp síðir. All snowstorms will pass eventually. You might have to wait a day or two, but they will eventually pass. And other things that sort of hint at difficult or harsh environment and sort of struggle to survive, like flestir heyr harðindum. In hard times, most things are hay, meaning they can be used for feeding. And a bad rower blames the oar there. And in a herd of sheep, there are often some strange ones, and this is kind of negative strange ones, like if you have a flock of sheep, there's always bound to be some dubious, suspicious ones in there. So when we were writing this book, then or compiling it, I should say, we encountered several problematic proverbs for us, where we weren't able to find direct correspondences. And here are some examples of that. These proverbs that you see there, and the number in the book, did not have like a direct or even an indirect equivalence in Icelandic, so we had to translate them. And a lot of those, it's very different, like how common the proverbs are. I mean, some of them are common, but some of them are only found in a collection of proverbs and can hardly be considered part of the living language. But we can show you here some examples of where we had to deviate. Oops, this is the wrong. direction, where we had to modify or deviate from the imagery of the original Proverbs. The shoemaker often has no shoes, and shoemakers in Iceland are a relatively recent phenomenon because towns and cities, shoemakers are kind of part of that scene, and those didn't exist in Iceland until maybe the 18th, 19th century. So, but we found this proverb that is known, although maybe not the most popular one. Oft eiga smiðsbörn ónýta hnífa. Often the blacksmith's child have blunt knives, which kind of means the same, like the relatives of the expert are maybe not the best equipped with the expertise of the family father there. And this 4 eyes see more than 2. The Icelandic equivalent is 2 eyes see better than 1. So that's a kind of a funny variation. And we talked about earlier the like mother, like daughter. There's no such proverb in Icelandic, but similar concept is captured in this. Dóttirin klæðist oft móðurmöttli. Literally, the daughter often puts on her mother's mantle. And there are some other examples of that where we had to deviate a little bit from the original to capture what is like a similar or same or similar thought. There's one there was like long hair and short brain, which is kind of a misogynistic proverb. The Icelandic equivalent that we found, or the closest thing, doesn't have the misogynistic element to it. It's a big head usually has little wit rather than long hair. So that's the difference in the culture there, I guess. But there's a lot of, like I said earlier, a lot of common proverbs that are not part of the European inheritance. And here you see some examples of those. These are all very common modern Icelandic proverbs that are used in everyday life. Like this, sjaldan einbáran stök, a lone wave seldom occurs, is a literal translation, but it's used like bad things usually happen one after the other. It's not, they're not a single lone event. And yes, I'm not going to go into all the details there, but they capture a lot of these examples there capture a lot of sentiments that are common in Icelandic society today. A guest has a sharp eye. That's a glöggt gest's augað. That's a common proverb, and it's mostly used about when some foreign visitor to Iceland makes a keen observation about Icelandic society, then the media will harp or use this proverb to express the notion that when you have an outside perspective, you see things in a different light. And blindur bóklaus maður, the last one on the list there. A man is blind without a book. Reflects sort of the high standing of literary knowledge and appreciation of books that is prevalent in Icelandic culture. And of course, books were very important, as you know, with the way Icelanders held on to their knowledge and disseminated it. And Iceland was for the longest time a very isolated country in the North Atlantic, so books were very important to get a feel or knowledge about foreign countries and different traditions than were available to people in their everyday environment. And finally, the most sort of fun element of Icelandic proverbial culture is the Easter eggs in Iceland. all Easter eggs in Iceland have a proverb inside, kind of like a fortune cookie in Chinese restaurants in America. And the proverbs are quite popular. Like, people will ask each other, what kind of proverb did you get in your Easter egg? And people will change proverbs, and kids are very interested to find out what the proverb they got in their Easter egg means. And parents often have a hard time explaining them because they're quite obscure sometimes. But they're always on these colorful little notes, and kids like to collect them and show, and it makes them sort of curious and interested about language. So that's all we had to say. Everything must come to an end. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So now we have time for questions or comments. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentations. I have a question to Carol. It is very, very interesting story about that poor boy or person thrown away from the boat. My question is, because I don't understand well the language, especially not the old one, was he thrown out from his own boat, or maybe he was taken by somebody, like orphans taken somewhere, and then instead of helping him, they throw him from the common boat or from the boat of them. I'm not sure that was it his boat or another. So how you see it from your language? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for this question. It's actually, you have a very accurate observation there, because in Czech I translated it into English as his boat, because English needs some article or anything like this, but in Czech it's actually not clear if it's his boat or not. They just throw him out of the boat, of a boat, ze člunu. And so, because we don't know anything else about this story, we cannot decide. So my interpretation was that it was his boat, because of the story with the church, that the priests were in charge of the church, but then they were replaced by the nuns. So I thought maybe it was rather his boat and somebody has stolen his boat. But you are right that it's not that clear and we cannot really decide. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do we have more questions?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. I would like to ask the colleague from Estonia, are there any certain criteria that you use to publish every day its proverb?
No, there is quite arbitrary. Okay. Just the day has been Wednesday, but anyhow, there is sometimes there are some allusions to the events that are in the society, but not often. Quite often it's totally arbitrary.
Okay. And have you ever thought to use the comments of the users of Facebook? I mean, this is a very nice initiative, and congratulations, because you can have interpretations of the Proverbs by the folk today, contemporary. So do you think that in a process of an open archive, do you think that you could enrich your archive with the comments of the people, of the folk? Meaning, for example, that some people today may think that some proverbs are obsolete, or that they should not be used, or that they are even okay for today. For example, do you think that there could be an interactive process in order to enrich your folklore archive with contemporary information?
We still have only registered the comments, and we have our own very simple database. But of course, the ideal would be that we could encourage also the users to have their own comments and to add reaction, but we didn't have done it yet. But maybe in the future, yes.
Okay, because I'm thinking that many people may write in the comments certain variations that you may don't know, or they are not in the archive, or maybe certain contextual variations that are very useful for research. Anyway, congratulations. I think it's a brilliant idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all of you. I want to take the opportunity to praise Estonian Archive that they publish this list of our proceedings titles. Maybe all of you know it. You can just go. You just go to these pages of or is it archive?
No, actually, that's the Department of Folkloristic, and
anyway,
Piret Voolaid is responsible with the collects, but anyhow, we are
we
very thankful from the...
We thanks the Estonian Literacy Society, because when you want to know what kind of articles has been published in these conferences during all these years, you go to the page of the Estonian Literary Museum, and somewhere there you can find it. And after and if you are in Facebook, there you can also find. There are no, because in the Paremiology Matters pages we always put the announcement. Outi and I have combined it quite a lot, all these years. So those articles are not there, but the titles are. Yeah, and Piret knows where they are.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Okay, I see that not. So now it's the ceremony time. You deserve your certificates.
And good evening, everyone. My name is Piret Voolaid, and I'm very happy to announce now a very special event. We switch to the book presentation. We have had very, very nice, long day of full of interesting presentations today. And now we have in our program a book presentation. And already second book in the series European Proverbs is published for this colloquium. This time it will be a book of Icelandic Proverbs. And I'm very pleased to invite here to give floor to authors, the compilers of this book, main organizer of the conference and president of the society, Rui Soares. and also previous speakers, colleagues from Reykjavik, Ellert Johansson and Thordis Ulfarsdottir. So, floor is yours. And congratulations on this excellent book.
Muito obrigado por assistirem a mais este lançamento de um novo livro e muito rapidamente, depois da apresentação que os meus colegas coautores fizeram do livro, resta-me apresentar os agradecimentos a eles pela sua colaboração logo espontânea e também queria referir as pessoas que estavam e que estiveram sempre conosco durante este processo. Quero agradecer efetivamente aos que contribuíram para a concretização deste sonho, particularmente àqueles que deixaram os seus nomes inscritos no livro. Refiro-me aos senhores embaixadores de Portugal para a Islândia, Excelência Pedro Pessoa e Costa, da Islândia para Portugal, Excelência Unmur Orakir Ramete, pela gentileza em prefaciar este trabalho. Ao Presidente da Câmara Municipal de Tavira, Ana Paula Fernandes Martins, e ao Presidente da Câmara de Reykjavik, Dagar Egerson, pelas apresentações que se dignaram rubricar. Aos investigadores Jorge Manuel Evangelista Batista, professor da Universidade do Algarve, e Gudrun Nordahl, diretora da Fundação Arna Magnusson para os estudos islandeses, que opinaram sobre aspectos relacionados com as suas atividades científicas e profissionais. Finalmente, uma palavra é devida ao secretário da Assembleia Geral da IPIAP, Tomás Ferreira, pelo constante entusiasmo na busca de pontos internacionais que valorizam o diálogo intercultural. Naturalmente que, durante este processo, houve tempos e tempos. Tempos que muitas vezes não dependem do nosso tempo. Mas, de qualquer modo, é um prazer ter a possibilidade de estar ao lado dos queridos colegas e autores que se deslocaram da Islândia até Tavira para poder participar neste momento. I don't know if you want to say the same I said in English or in your language. Maybe in English. Here. To begin here. Okay. Let me see here. I think that you begin here. After this.
En núna. Last but not least, and with that, we wish to express our deep gratitude to those who contributed to the realization of this dream, particularly those who left their names inscribed here. I refer to the ambassadors of Portugal to Iceland, Her Excellency, His Excellency, Mr. Pedro Pessoa e Costa, and of Iceland to Portugal, Her Excellency Ms. Unnur Orradóttir Ramet, who kindly wrote a preface to the Mayor of Tavira, Ms. Anna Paula Fernandes Martins, and the Mayor of Reykjavík, Mr. Dagur B. Eggertsson, for the presentations that they graciously agreed to write. To the researchers, Mr. Jorge Manuel Evangelista Baptista, professor at the University of Algarve, and Dr. Guðrún Nordal, director of the Árni Magnússon Institute for Icelandic Studies, for the opinion on aspects related to their scientific and professional activities. Finally, a word is due to the Secretary of the General Assembly, Mr. Thomas Ferreira, for his constant enthusiasm in the search for international bridges that value intercultural dialogue.
Naturalmente que estamos aqui para poder responder a algumas questões que queiram colocar sobre este livro, que no fundo é o 9º livro da série de Provérbios europeus, em que a estrutura se mantém ao longo de todo o livro e começa exatamente por uma lista dos provérbios ordenados alfabeticamente em português, em inglês e em islandês. Depois há um número-chave que permite que a pessoa que quer saber quais são os equivalentes numa determinada língua possa exatamente ir para a segunda parte do livro, onde realmente se encontram emparelhados de 3 em 3 os provérbios em português, inglês, que serve de ponte, e depois a terceira língua, neste caso o islandês. Segue-se uma secção em que os autores expressam a sua explicação sobre cada um dos provérbios. Naturalmente que esta parte serve para que possa haver uma discussão com os estudantes. Nós usamos exatamente este livro para que possam discutir na sua própria língua e depois possam fazer um resumo daquilo que discutiram, e naturalmente temos uma espécie de tira-teimas que é na tabela de Maticucci. Então, realmente, tudo isto serve para dar maior força aos provérbios que são mais conhecidos na maior parte dos países europeus e, naturalmente, como professores que gostamos de ser durante a nossa vida profissional, segue-se uma quarta secção onde são apresentados muitos provérbios, muitos exercícios nas 3 línguas para que possa ser consolidada a matéria que realmente foi apresentada antes.
Yeah, well, I want to thank everybody involved in this project, and especially Rui Suarez, who graciously offered or invited us to participate in this event and introduced us to this community of proverb enthusiasts. And also want to thank Rosa Thorsteinsdóttir here, who has participated in this event before and was able to tell us and inform us more about it and introduce us to this book series. The structure of the book is familiar to many of you probably, but it's basically a trilingual list of proverbs in Portuguese, English, and Icelandic, with explanations in all three languages. So each proverb is explained in sort of straightforward language for everybody to get a better grasp of what the concept or thought or wisdom is being conveyed. And in addition to this, there's also a pedagogical element to the book with exercises where mostly learners of the language Icelandic or also Portuguese can try out some of their language skills and increase their sort of linguistic awareness about the roles of proverbs in the language by doing some basic exercises where they can find most of the answers in the book if they are struggling to if the answers don't come to them immediately. So there's also this element of sharing and teaching more about the language and the culture of both Iceland and Portugal. And finally, there's like a bibliography as well about where there are some cited works that are useful in the further studies of proverbs of these countries. I think that's the structure of a book in sort of the main drafts of the structure of the book.
During the presentation of your communication, you spoke about the Proverb 89, about long hair, short brain.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Let me tell one true story. Once I was invited by the ambassador of Croatia to make some similar book in Croatian language. And I went to the embassy, and we were received not by the ambassador because it was in charge, but by the cultural attaché. A very beautiful lady with a very, very, very long hair. And I bring with me one book, in this case the Finnish book, the first book of this series, and I passed the book to her. She opened the book exactly on the page where this proverb was. And she began to love, saying nothing. As far as I know, it's not frequent some diplomat begin to laugh without knowing us. It was the first meeting I had with this lady. And when she ended to laugh, she showed me the page and said, "Look at the number 89. And of course, after really, we had a very nice conversation, but every time we have some problems, every time we have some jokes, every time this is life, and this is the reason why some years ago when I was in Finland, I began with this series because it seems for me, and I try to convince all the partners during this series, and also with the first book in Asian, with Nargisa, who's just to open some doors. And always I tried just to have some words of the ambassadors, because they are the open to enter in the other country. Of course, that Tavira must be present, and for that reason, really, we have the opinion of the mayor of Tavira, and I try just to have the opinion of the mayor in the other country. Because those persons are those in good position to make really aware with personal about the possibility to become more familiar with the others. Of course, that the position of ambassadors is to open, but both ambassadors as well the mayors, most of them are far away from Proverbs. So the third level for me and for you also, the most important is the opinion of someone, some researcher connected with the real Proverbs. In this case, it was my friend Jorge Batista, and of course, in your case, here, the director of the Arne Magnusson Institution. This is really very good, because we have 3 levels, and we address the most thing important nowadays is just to become closer and closer cultures, remembering that man or woman, human being, is the same here in Iceland, in Germany, in New Zealand, whatever. So the most important is really to try to engage those persons that sometimes react because they don't know about the other, just to bring this in order to say, okay, we have differences, but we have much more in common. And I remember that the Portuguese ambassador asked me to try to find 1 or 2 proverbs related with sea, because really it was some natural element that it is very common both in Iceland and in Portugal. So see the importance to have this kind of things, because really the world is very diversified, but we have most things in common that differences. This is the aim of all these books. Thank you. If you have some question, please. And now we have one video from the Icelandic ambassador.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with true pleasure that I address this opening session of the 17th Interdisciplinary Colloquium on Proverbs in Tavira, although I would have, of course, much preferred to attend in person with you all today. I would like to extend my gratitude to Runo Mari, Ellert Thor Johansson, and Þórdís Úlfarsdóttir, co-authors of the book European Proverbs, Evrópskir Málshættir, for all the work they put on this important field of study and for the opportunity given to me to write a preface. I would also like to express gratitude to Tavira City Council, the Union of Parishes of Tavira, Associação Internacional de Paremiologia, International Association of Paremiology, and the entire ICP23 team for the organization of this week dedicated to the significance of Proverbs. As the ambassador of Iceland to Portugal, I recognize the significance of Proverbs and the wisdom they hold in fostering cultural relations between countries. Proverbs serve as linguistic treasures, encapsulating the collective wisdom and the cultural heritage of a nation. They are condensed expressions of shared experiences, values, and beliefs, allowing us to bridge the gaps between cultures. They keep our languages alive and can add some lightness to expressions. Proverbs possess the power to convey ideas in succinct and memorable manner. By exchanging proverbs with one another, people of Europe can engage in a cultural dialogue, fostering mutual understanding and appreciation. These timeless sayings reveal similarities and differences in our perspectives. The Icelandic language, rooted in Old Norse, is a living testament to the resilience of Icelandic cultural heritage. It has preserved its archaic features, giving us direct access to the ancient sagas, poetry, and folklore that have shaped our identity. Within this linguistic tapestry, proverbs have thrived as a means of transmitting knowledge and moral guidance from generation to generation. Icelandic is considered as a rare language due to its relatively small number of speakers, but it possesses a rich literary tradition. Iceland, up to today, produces numerous acclaimed authors and poets. Some of them are highly renowned and translated in many languages across the planet. These authors keep on writing and find their readership through the precious work of translators who thrive to keep the Icelandic proverbs and idiomatic expression in the target language to maintain the richness of each language. Our authors ensure that new proverbs are continuously being born into the Icelandic language. And in the Icelandic language, proverbs are common and widely used, from the proverbs of Old Norse sagas to the ones deriving from modern poesy and literature. Proverbs are a kind of reservoir of linguistic memory, ensuring the singularity of idioms, but also enabling languages like Icelandic, threatened with extinction, to transcend borders and establish themselves on the international literary scene. Proverbs serve as powerful conduits of cultural exchange, allowing people to connect on a deeper level. They have the ability to transcend language barriers and are a powerful tool to simplify complicated communication, unlocking doors to understanding and cooperation. Portugal and Iceland have a deep-rooted bilateral relationship built on mutual respect and sharing of common interests and values. We have much to learn from each other, which is why people-to-people contact and cultural exchanges and collaboration are of utmost importance. I therefore especially celebrate collaborations like the one between Portuguese and Icelandic authors Bruno Mari, Ellert Thor Johansson and Þórdís Úlfarsdóttir on the co-written book on European proverbs, and in that respect would like to cite one of my favorite Icelandic proverbs, one of many, as it relates to my life as diplomat. Tungan beittari en sverðið, which is also an English proverb, words are sharper than swords. Perhaps there is a similar proverb in Portuguese. I will end on that note and wish you a fruitful discussions on proverbs all the way from Paris to Tavira. Thank you.
Thank you for this very, very nice book. Thank you for this cultural dialogue. And now I'm pleased to make again a diploma ceremony.
And now a very quick information. Marinella, please.
Para terminar esta sessão, ainda não está terminada, porque ainda temos mais outra surpresa. De qualquer modo, quero dizer e agradecer a todos as lojas, e são algumas que têm colaborado connosco. Este ano temos aqui uma estudante de farmácia da Universidade do Algarve, que nas suas horas vagas, a mãe trabalha no correio e ambas nas horas vagas estão dedicadas a produtos de beleza. E daí a nossa surpresa hoje, e tentaram encontrar 2 ou 3 provérbios, porque foram também apanhadas de surpresa na altura, porque nos lembramos uma semana antes do colóquio, e foi uma colaboração de facto importante, porque no futuro, em termos de marketing, pode ser que possam utilizar. E como estudante de farmácia, pode também na sua área, e estamos a integrá-la, relacionar os provérbios com a área de farmácia. Foi entregue o voucher e vamos sortear, portanto, esse voucher.
Hello, everyone. Today I'm here with my mother with some Mary Kay products. It is American brands. We have self-care products, body products, makeup too. And today I was giving you a voucher, and it has a number on the back. And we are making a giveaway to hand cream and lip liner. So you can see the number at the back and your voucher. I'm studying pharmacy in University of Algarve, and me and my mother work with Mary Kay on our part-time, free time. Hope you like our exposition back there, and we are choosing someone. He's taking a number. And the number is 16. 16. Who's 16? 16? He's representing his wife, right? His daughter. So here you can give a hand cream and a lip liner to your daughter. No.
Pela colaboração, nós entregamos aqui o certificado e esperamos que no próximo ano tenham novas ideias e possam continuar com a colaboração.
Obrigada. I would like to thank you to Marinella and Rui Soares also for this important for collaboration. Thank you.
This is one example from the others that you received yesterday. Several stores here in Tavira, they give some gifts just to make this kind of lottery for you. Thank you. And now, wait a moment, because we have one surprise for some of you, and for all, some person that you know from maybe some previous colloquium. So we are waiting for them.